Will you please come to order? I would like to invite everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation. If Carol, you would mind doing that, please, and thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Lord, we ask your blessings and your guidance tonight as we do business for this county. Help us to take the right direction. Help us to all work together on what's best for this county. Lord, we ask for safety and your security as we go throughout our meeting and throughout our week. This we pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. So before we get started tonight, I wanted to take a moment to recognize our esteemed colleague, Mr. J.D. Young over here, for his appointment by the governor.
Yeah, congratulations.
JD's been named to the Virginia Commission on School Construction and Modernization. JD has been a longtime Caroline County resident. He brings extensive experience in the construction management, executive protection, and community leadership to the critical role. JD has demonstrated leadership and expertise in various capacities, including chairman of the Caroline County Democratic Committee, the Caroline VDOT Committee. JD has also served on several organizations, including the Reedy Church Planning Commission, the Caroline County Habitat for Humanity, and the Caroline Foundation for Education. JD, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. With that being said, tonight I would like to introduce everybody. We have Mr. Lee Tingler to our far right, representing the Madison District. Mr. JD Young, representing Reedy Church. Mr. Steve Rollins, representing Mattaponi. My name is Richard Williams, and I represent Western Caroline. We have Dr. Carol Horton, representing Port Royal, and Mary Hodge with Bowling Green. We also have Leon Hughes, the Director of Planning. We have Mr. Brad Robinson, there's Brad, the Zoning Administrator, Mr. Craig Pennington, the Planner, and Mr. Chris McKenzie, the County Attorney. We need to approve the minutes. Has everybody looked at the minutes? Do any additions or subtractions, corrections, or changes?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't see any.
I didn't see any either.
So at this point, I would like to make a motion that we accept the minutes as written for record.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Approve the minutes. Mr. Pennington?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Your first public hearing tonight is the Haymount Proffer Amendment, RZ 05-2024. The applicant is requesting an amendment to the approved proffers of rezoning case RZ 18-2004, which permits development of a residential mixed-use community to be known as Haymount pursuant to Article 11, Division 3 of the zoning ordinance. On June 18th, 1992, rezoning case RZ 1591 was approved, which rezoned the subject property to planned mixed use with a maximum of 4,000 residential dwelling units, 500,000 square feet of light industrial and office space, and 250,000 square feet of commercial and shopping center space. The proffers from this rezoning required that water and sewer facilities be constructed to serve the project and be dedicated to Caroline County. The project also included a number of other proffered improvements. On April 12, 2005, rezoning case RZ 18-2004 was approved, which amended the proffers for the subject property. This amendment changed the location of public facilities, commercial sites, and transportation design. The amendment also modified the master plan to reflect new traditional neighborhood standards at that time. The property has not commenced development to date and has remained as vacant parcels under the PMUD zoning designation. The project consists of 1,650 acres and is located within an area of the county known as Skinker's Neck. The property is served by access via Ware Creek Road and Buckner Road. The project is bounded to the west by 933.9 acres of vacant land owned by the Commonwealth of Virginia Department of Game and Inland Fisheries on the opposite side of Ware Creek Road. The property is zoned rural preservation. It's bounded by the south to the various RP zoned parcels ranging between 1 and 87 acres, some of which contain single-family residences. To the east by 3 parcels totaling 57 acres with 3 single-family residences in the Rappahannock River, and to the north by several parcels ranging between 3 and 227 acres, some of which contain single-family residences. Four Winds Campground is also located in the vicinity of the project, approximately less than 2 miles to the northeast. The applicant's revised master plan for the project proposes to reduce the total number of residential units currently approved from 4,000 to 1,925, with 113 of these units to be age restricted. In addition to the residential units and road network, the master plan depicts areas of the project to be developed with civic uses shown in red, open space in green, places of worship in gold, community amenities in dark green, commercial uses in light blue, agro-commercial uses in gray, and an archaeological park in brown, in addition to the infrastructure shown in purple. The civic uses in red, master plan designates a 50-acre parcel for school recreation site, a 6-acre fire and rescue sheriff parcel, and a 2.3-acre library site, all to be dedicated to the county. A post office and daycare is also permitted within these areas. In green, pocket parks, the master plan shows park sites at various locations throughout the project, including a 6-acre open space preserve site. Places of worship shown in gold, the master plan identifies 6 total places of worship totaling 17.4 acres. In community amenities in dark green, proposed 2 clubhouse parcels of 3 and 4.7 acres respectively. One of the clubhouse parcels will house a museum for display of any artifacts found during the development of the property. In addition, the master plan depicts a riverfront park, boat ramp, and perch tree preservation area for fishing birds to perch on at the river. Commercial uses shown in blue, in accordance with the proffers, commercial development is limited to a maximum of 250,000 square feet as approved in the original rezoning. The master plan depicts an 8.3 acre site at the intersection of Buckner Road and Ware Creek Road, and then several smaller sites within the project at various locations integrated among the residential areas. Shows an agri-commercial site of 12.9 acres in the northwest portion of the project for agri-commercial use. There are archaeological sites shown in brown and light brown. 6 areas are proposed on the master plan as unimpacted archaeological preservation sites, and an archaeological park is also proposed at the southern portion of the project. Infrastructure and light industrial shown in purple. In accordance with the proffers, infrastructure or light industrial is limited to a maximum of 500,000 square feet. The master plan proposes a 6-acre substation parcel for electrical utilities, 2 water tanks, a wastewater treatment plant, and a pump station. Multiple well sites are also shown throughout the project to supply water for the project. And the water and sewer facilities would be dedicated to the county after construction and inspection. The development will be accessed at the intersection of Ware Creek Road and Buckner Road, shown on the western area of the master plan towards the south. Buckner Road, shown with the blue dashed property lines and its existing formation, will be relocated as the roadway between the Phase 2B residential area and the Phase 2C commercial area, and continues to the Phase 1A residential area at the northwest portion of the master plan. The overall version of the master plan includes depiction of the existing connection of Ware Creek Road and Tidewater Trail, and shows the Moon Mount Preservation Area where no development will occur. The project site development will be subject to the county's Chesapeake Bay regulations. The master plan depicts the presence of resource protection areas and wetlands throughout the project, concentrated primarily along the eastern and southern portions of the project in association with the Rappahannock River. Wetlands are being maintained throughout the master plan with minimal impact locations. The master plan also depicts floodplain areas in association with the Rappahannock River and other waters of the U.S. Development is not shown to occur in floodplains. Should the project move forward into the development phase, the Department of Environmental Quality will review plans for compliance with stormwater management regulations. The project is situated at the intersection of Buckner Road and Ware Creek Road within the Skinkers Neck Secondary Growth Area as defined in the comprehensive plan. In addition to access from these existing roads, the project proposes a loop road throughout the project with additional internal roads to serve the project areas. On the screen, there is an aerial photograph of the intersection location of Ware Creek and Buckner Roads. Picture 1 is showing the view from Buckner Road looking across the Ware Creek intersection at what will be the beginning of the project. Picture 2 is showing the view from Ware Creek Road looking across Buckner Road. The development would be on the left side of that picture intersection. According to VDOT data from 2024, the annual average daily traffic for Ware Creek Road and Buckner Road were as follows. Ware Creek Road was 320 vehicles per day. Ware Creek Road from Skinkers Neck to Buckner Road was 120 vehicles per day. Buckner Road from Tidewater Trail to Ware Creek Road was 200 vehicles per day. And Buckner Road from Ware Creek Road to Black Marsh Drive was 70 vehicles per day. The applicant is proffered to provide a traffic impact analysis for each site plan for any phase of the project for review and approval by VDOT and the county. VDOT standards assign 10 vehicle trips per day for a single-family home. This project would add approximately 19,250 residential vehicle trips per day to the road network. This is a reduction from the 40,000 residential vehicle trips per day allowed under the existing proffers that allow 4,000 residential units. The vehicle trips per day for the commercial portions of the property are unknown at this time until the type of use is established. The impact of the vehicle trips is unknown at this time until the traffic impact analysis are prepared for the first site plans of the development. The applicant has also proffered to construct the loop road throughout the project with all appropriate turn lanes and dedication of right-of-way. The remainder of the project will be constructed with residential streets and alleys to serve the residential areas. All streets will be public and dedicated for state maintenance as shown on the master plan. Existing Buckner Road will be relocated as the connection for the loop road. All off-site improvements must be constructed in accordance with the TIA submitted during the site plan phase of the development. The project proposes to construct water and sewer system with multiple wells as intake for the water system, a water tank, pump station, and wastewater treatment plant. After construction and inspection of all public utility systems, the infrastructure will be dedicated to the county for service and maintenance. Public Utilities has stated this proffer amendment does not impact public utilities as these proffers were previously approved and in place currently. RZ 1591 was approved in 1992 by the Board of Supervisors, enabling the Haymount development as planned mixed-use development with 4,000 dwelling units and mix of commercial, industrial, and community uses. In 2005, a proffer amendment was approved by the Board of Supervisors, which changed the location of streets and general design of the master plan to a traditional neighborhood design. This proposed proffer amendment would reduce the number of allowable units and reduce the development footprint. The amended proffers maintain the same amount of industrial development. However, it will now include the required substation, water treatment plant, and other required infrastructure to count towards the square footage of the industrial development. The commercial development also remains the same amount. These proffers propose to place a conservation easement on the Moon Mount area, which previously allowed for limited development of the environmentally sensitive area. Should this proffer amendment be denied, the property will remain enabled under the existing zoning designation and approved proffer statement from RZ 18-2004. At this time, the Skinkers Neck area of the county is not developed. Parcels in the area remain rural and are mostly undeveloped farm or woodland. Single-family homes are located sparsely throughout the area. Should the project develop under the previous proffers or the proposed proffer amendment, this development will add significant traffic to the corridor. The 2030 Caroline County Comprehensive Plan designates this area as planned development within the Skinkers Neck Community Plan and within the Resource-Sensitive Overlay District. The applicant project is intended to develop a planned mixed-use development within the planned development portion of this community plan. While no development has occurred in this portion of the county at this time, the area remains mostly rural. This request is consistent with the Skinkers Neck Community Plan and the 2030 Comprehensive Plan. VDOT has stated during the review cycle that this proffer amendment does not impact VDOT right-of-way or assets as the case was previously approved. The road network is consistent with the existing approved rezoning proffers. Any site plan for the development will require a TIA that will determine necessary roadway improvements. Public Utilities has stated during the review cycle this proffer amendment does not impact public utilities. The proffered water and sewer improvements are consistent with the existing improved rezoning proffers. Planning staff has provided comments on the proposed proffers, which have been addressed by the applicant. Caroline County Public Schools has provided comments during the review cycles regarding the existing proffers and the proposed proffers. Public schools have stated that approximately 12 new school buses would be required to serve this project. The existing proffers require the construction of a school within the development. As proposed, the new proffers would dedicate land for a school within the project and proffer a cash payment per dwelling unit for Caroline County Public Schools for construction, replacing the commitment to build a school. Economic Development has provided comments that state the project should be developed under the existing proffers. The applicant's request proposes to changes to the existing proffers. The most notable amendments are currently the Moon Mount area of the project allows for limited development, and the proposed proffers restrict all development south of Moon Mount. A proffer has been added to note the proximity to Fort A.P. Hill on all property sales. The density has been reduced from 4,000 residential units to 1,925 residential units. Commercial development remains the same, while infrastructure has been added to the allowable 500,000 square foot of industrial development. The existing proposed nursery has been deleted as it was proposed within the Moon Mount area. And the existing proffers require the construction of the school, while the proposed proffers dedicate the school site and proposed cash proffer per unit. Currently, the proffers state that a fire EMS sheriff facility be constructed. The proposed proffers dedicate a 12,000 square foot shell building to the county for fire, EMS, and sheriff purposes. Places of worship have been reduced from 13 total sites to 6 total sites. And further analysis of the proposed proffer amendment has been provided in your packet. This concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do you want to take a drink? Does anybody have questions for Mr. Pennington?
I've got a couple, Craig. The first one I have is on the discussion. There's a discrepancy in the acreage. The project consists of 16, it says the project consists of 1658 acres, but then there's only 1579 according to county tax records.
That's correct. So the GIS acreage calculation is the 1,500 number. The applicant probably has more accurate surveys from designing the master plan, and so the 1,600 is what was applied for.
Regarding the substation, do I ask you or the applicant?
You can ask me, and if I can't answer, we can defer to the applicant.
Okay, well, I know there's a 6-acre substation dedicated on the project, but I'm curious where the power will come from.
So that would be unknown at this time until the substation goes further through the process, and Dominion would determine a route for the transmission lines to go. So without having the substation approved and moving forward, it's unknown at this time as to where the transmission lines will come from.
So at this point, we don't know how many properties will need to be condemned in order to run the line to them, correct?
We don't know which properties the line will have to run over, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Pennington, I didn't see here, but water. Are they building wells? What are we having for water access?
Yes, the master plan denotes multiple wells throughout the facility. Oh, sorry, bro.
6. I thought it was 8.
Yes, there's 8 dots. So if you look at the screen, there's
Yes.
purple dots on all the well locations. So the project's proposing multiple well locations to draw water to water tank to then create a water and sewer system for the project.
How does that impact the Rappahannock River?
So those studies, I'm not sure that they've been performed yet. And so when they went to construction, they would have to perform the studies for the well to make sure that there is enough available water there.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pennington, there was a statement about smoke alarms for the homes, and I see that was deleted. Is that because of building codes, or why was that?
Yes, sir.
Taken
Building
out.
code dictates smoke alarms, fire alarms in households. And so it doesn't matter what they proffer for smoke alarms, they have to follow the building code. Excuse me.
Okay. And my last question is, if a school was needed to be built, what would trigger the county to know when, or determine when that bill should start, as far as building out of the houses?
So with, in normal situations, the school would do a demographic study to determine capacity and when a new school is needed. In this situation, the existing proffers state that a school needs to start construction at the 150th building permit and then be completed by the 600th building permit. And then there's an expansion aspect of the school as well. So the existing proffers would dictate when the school got built currently. With the new proposed proffers, they would dedicate a site for the school that would be dedicated to the county, and then it would be determined by the county and public schools as to when a new school would need to occupy that space.
Ms. Pennington, I have another question on that same line. They're proposing a 12,000 square foot shell for our fire and EMS. So that responsibility now lies on the county to do a build out?
Should the county wish to utilize it for fire, EMS, sheriff purposes, yes, the county would need to build out the interior of that building for utilization.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Pennington, has an economic study or any kind of feasibility plan been done on the project, or is that?
So there's a fiscal impact analysis that was submitted with the case. And then there was a muni cap study done for the demographics of the school and the cost of schools there.
One of the main questions I wanted to ask you is, do you have a map of where I know that they have renewed their wastewater permit regularly with DEQ, so that's current. But where is their wastewater outlet in relation to our water intake? Can you point that out on a map, or?
I would have to defer to the applicant as to where their wastewater output is.
Okay.
But the project is upstream from where our intake would be.
It's upstream, so their effluent would be flowing downstream to our intake, after it's filtered,
Yeah, that'd be more of a question for utilities.
Okay. One other question is, who's responsible for the upgrade to, is it Buckner Road, that when you come off of 17? Who's responsible for that section before you get to the property for upgrading it?
So that would be determined by the traffic impact analysis. So the traffic impact analysis that was done for each site plan would determine the off-site road improvements that are required for safe travel on the roadway.
Are there any plans for like a light or turning lanes onto 17, or will that trigger at like a certain?
So not at this time. That would be determined by the traffic impact analysis, which again is proffered with the site plan. So should the project move forward, when they apply for their first site plan, they'll have to do the traffic impact analysis that would determine the off-site road improvements.
I'm good for now.
Yeah. And so you mentioned traffic. So what about that one-lane bridge on Wares Road? That's still one-lane bridge going into this, one of the roads going into this project, correct?
Yes, and so all of that would be determined at the traffic impact analysis as to the improvements that need to be made.
Okay, and we don't know, so the schools, they're proffering not to build a school, but to give money towards the schools, but we don't know the amount, correct?
The proffer statement lists the amount per single-family detached home and per single-family attached home. At the total build-out of the property, it would be somewhere between $42 and $50 million.
I mean, if it's almost 2,000 homes, that's almost 4,000 children likely. And the place of worship designated for that, who's gonna own that property?
That'd be up to the applicant. I would assume that the place of worship would purchase the property and then build the place of worship. But that'd be a question for the applicant.
So that's, okay. And the places that are designated for preservation, okay, so is that already in stone? I mean, for this proffer, that they're gonna be put in a conservation easement with a conservation group?
So there's a proffer that the Moonmount portion of the property, which is on the southern, my laser is not showing up there. But the Moonmount area of the property is at the very southern of the picture where you see the red
Yeah.
RPA line. And so they're proposing to place a conservation easement on the Moonmount area for no development there. And then on the other archaeological sites, they may or may not place a conservation easement on those.
Okay, so right now, okay, so the way it's written, we could hold them to a conservation on Moonmount, but,
The exact language says that they'll seek a conservation easement on Moonmount or dedicate or turn Moonmount area over to the HOA. And then the HOA can seek a conservation easement on it as well. But whether there's a conservation easement placed on it or not, the proffer statement says there will be no development south of Moonmount.
and, okay, so that stands, there cannot be development there.
Without coming back for a proffer amendment, yes.
Okay, what about, can trees and plants be removed though?
If there's a conservation easement on it, then it'd be determined by the conservation easement.
Yeah, but I mean, as it stands now, I mean, if it went into HOA, they could do whatever with it. Okay, and on there's a spot called out parcel. Who owns that? You see
Yep.
it?
Yes, there's two out parcels. The one in the middle of the project that is owned by a citizen that is not part of the application. And so he has a 10-acre parcel in the middle that has his house on it. And then it's, I believe, 200 acres that surround that of woodland. And so he's not a part of the application. He would be that one parcel. And then the out parcel to the southeast, that's almost a triangle shape where it says wastewater treatment plant. That is another parcel of a citizen who has 3 single-family homes there on 3 parcels.
What, so you're talking about the first out parcel is about 200 acres?
Approximately. I'd have to look to be exact.
And the
But
one down by the
you could-
river?
yeah, you can see on the map that I pulled up, the 2 out parcels are left out of the shaded area. And so those are just 2 citizens who own land within the project area.
And they're under the 25 acre
Correct.
zoning right now, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know the size of the one to the south? It's smaller. It may be. Maybe less than 100.
So the one to the east is 57 acres.
Okay.
And then the one to the north is, I've got 227 acres.
All right. And so the county would have responsibility for operating this wastewater treatment plant and the water.
Correct.
At what point?
Once it's been inspected and accepted by the public utilities, then they would take over maintenance of the system.
Okay. So we're responsible for that. They build it under this proffer, but we have to run it.
Mhm.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now.
Mr. Penningham, I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly. I have 2 questions. No county water will be used at all, and everything will be self-contained within the community as far as water and sewer.
So everything will be self-contained within the community, but it will be county water. Once the wells are drilled and the water tanks are running and the pipes are there, then it will be a county water system.
Oh, sorry, correct. And then the other question that I had was the cash payment for the school system. That's after complete build out, not before.
So it'll be associated with each building permit. So the 17,000 per single family detached or 20,000 per single family attached would be collected at the time of application for each building permit. So to receive the total amount of money, it would take the build out of the entire neighborhood, but you would receive money at each building permit.
Thank you. That's all I had.
I have another question, Mr. Pennington. On the master plan, there's an area indicated in an orange, age-restricted multifamily. What does that mean? And
So the age restricted would mean that it'd be a 55 and over neighborhood. The way their proffer reads is that as long as one person in the household is over 55, then they would be allowed to live in that area. The multifamily usually means the construction of apartments or condos for that use.
so will there be school-age children or no?
In
Sure.
that section, the way their proffer is written, as one person has to be over 55, there is a possibility that someone over the age of 55 would have a school-age child still in their household. And the demographic study for the county is approximately 1 kid per household.
Anybody else have questions for Mr. Pennington? Yeah, maybe later. You good, Mary? Carol? Lee? JD? Steve? All good? Thank you, Mr. Pennington. I appreciate your time. Does anybody have any questions for Chris in regard to this? You're getting off easy, Chris. It does not appear. Not yet. Not yet. Stay close.
May I ask one more question? I'm sorry, Mr. Pennington. What happens if they apply for well permits and don't get them?
If they don't get them, then they wouldn't be able to serve the households.
So no water, no development. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Not yet. And you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you. My name is Ann Neal Cosby, and I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I also have with me members of the development team from Van Meter who are here as well to answer some of the more technical questions. But hopefully, I was going to run through a presentation quickly, not repeat what Craig said, because I think he did an excellent job, but be able to come back and answer some of your questions so that you understand exactly, what we're proposing. All right. Which one? Next slide. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Craig. So next slide. Yeah. Well. Yeah, there we go. So I think you're generally familiar with the parcels that Craig just pointed out, but again, there's the out parcel, the whole Moon Mount to the south, and then the development area. That's just a different aerial view for you. And those are the tax parcels. Again, Craig's gone over that. The zoning history, again, I think this is so vital to this case. The original zoning, it was actually back in 1992. The amendment, as Craig mentioned, was later in 2004. But under the original zoning, which runs with the land and is valid today, what's approved out there is 4,000 residential units and then the square footage for light industrial and commercial. And then the all of the different proper regulations that go with the project. So right now, it could be developed for 4,000 units, 40,000 vehicle trips per day, moon mount with some development. I just want to make that clear. And so, that's on the ground now. It's fully entitled. The water, the agreement has been negotiated with the county. So all of that is already set. So when the current owner, took a look at this development after so many years, this is the original plan. So phase one, you can see, is 1,500 units up to the northeast, phase two, 2,000, and phase three. So that's the current plan. Somebody could go and, start tomorrow with this plan. But the owner took a look at it, and right here, the current proffer requirements are for the elementary schools. They actually have 2 elementary school sites that have to be dedicated to the county, and those are shown in the current plan, and they were supposed to be each 13 acres each. So that's already in there too. So there are these 2 elementary school sites. The sheriff supports facility, which was about 2.3 acres, and then the construction of the shell building. So those were proffers that are already in there as well. With regard to cash proffers for schools, there isn't any, cash proffer, for any of these public facilities. There's this $1,000 per dwelling payment that's into escrow that's then used later in order to build the school that we've been talking about. So there is the requirement for this elementary school for up to 600 pupils to be designed with county input and then handed over to the county. So that's the school proffer for elementary schools. Additional other proffers, I'm not going to go through them all. I think Craig has done an excellent job with the proffer analysis that's in your staff report. We also provided a chart that shows here are what the proffers are, and here are, here are the changes. So we can certainly talk to any of those, but I'm not going to go through them because there are quite a few. But so the owner took a look at the existing plan, the existing zoning, and said, can we bring this current? Does this really make sense? Is this really what we want out there? Is this really what the county wants as far as public facilities? Let's take fresh eyes. It's been, many years. Let's take a look at this again. And so the first thing they did was say, 4,000 homes maybe doesn't make sense. So they reworked the plan to reduce that to 1,925. So basically, to cut it almost in half. And so that was the first change. They thought that was much better for the area, much better. And that would mean half the traffic, half the impacts, for everything else, half of the use on electricity and water and sewer. And then also there was a thought to update the public facility proffers to align those with the current needs. And also to take a look at the fairness of the proffer to make sure that the developer was paying its fair share, certainly its fair share, but not, paying, doing things well over and above what they or any other developer would be required to do under the law. So, that was certainly, how can we pay our fair share and make sure we're doing, what is required of us and makes sense. So those were sort of the 2 criteria that they originally looked at. And they came up with, here's the revised development plan, which you've seen, which again reduces the residential density, has the uses, but for the most part, it's very similar to the original plan. It just has the reduction in density. Craig went through the different areas, so I won't repeat that unless anybody has a question, because I know I have some limited time here. But again, the original rezoning here approved for 4,000 units. Now it's down to less than 2,000, again with the 113 age-restricted units. I would note that the current proffer makes a reference to one person has to be 55 or older. Following the community meeting, there was discussion about maybe tweaking that proffer to make sure that nobody under the age of 19, could be living there year round. I think other developments have had that proffer, and we can certainly tweak that proffer, ultimately so that there will not be any age, school age children there. So I just wanted to make that note. But in addition to the reduction in the density, the other significant change was to take a look at the actual impacts on the schools that would come from this development. And so the MuniCap report is in your packet. And so MuniCap took a look at what the actual impact would be. And I think it's actually the school age children would be 874. And that would be broken out 437 for elementary, 187 for middle school, and 250 for high school. So there would be impacts at all 3 grade levels. So how do we mitigate our impact on that? And so the analysis came to the 17,000 per detached unit and 20,000 per single family, which is 33.5 million. That's intended to mitigate our actual impacts to the schools in lieu of constructing the 600 student elementary school in Haymound. There was also, with regard to the school site, when we had our pre-app meeting, I think that schools, indicated 13 acres really isn't big enough for any school site. And so we listened and said, okay, well, what if we combine it and have one big 50 acre site? Then if you needed to build a school, you would have that, and that would be conveyed to the county. And if ultimately that was not appropriate for a school site, it could be used for a recreation use or for something else, but that would be 50 additional acres to be used by the county at the board's discretion. So instead of the 26 acres, it's 50 acres that's being conveyed. There was also a change. We asked the public safety, what can we do does this proffer make sense anymore? Then response was 2.3 acres is really not a big enough site, for a public safety building. So we said, okay, how about, what do you need? 6 acres. Okay, we'll make it 6 acres. There was no standard in the proffers for what the building would look like. So we said, what do you need? They said, well, we need something like is in Carmel Church. Well, what's that? It's 11,000 square feet. Okay, well, how about, but we could take it a little bit bigger. Okay, we'll proffer 12,000 square feet. So we tried to listen and really amend the proffers in a way that made sense with what the county, what agencies were telling us, made sense for them. So we tried to really listen. So there again, instead of 2 13-acre sites, there's the 50-acre site that we're proposing in lieu of the 13 acres to be used for schools. And then again, the public safety building, we really tried to put some meat on the bones of that proffer in a way that made sense for fire and rescue. As we've talked about, additional proffer changes for Moon Mount, to make sure that there was no development, not just what was in the original proffer, but to really make sure that that was a protected area. There was a public road connection that's included in the original proffers. We did away with that. We listened and, heard that that was not something that the county wanted. And so we removed that as well. The additional proffers, mostly that were in your chart and in the proffer analysis, our original ask, if you look in our narrative, was just reduction in density, and then to be able to provide a cash proffer to mitigate our impacts instead of the construction of the school, which just didn't seem to make sense. And so those were our 2 asks when we came forward, really. And then staff went through the application and they thought, really this could be made a whole lot better. So they made a whole lot of suggestions. And in our chart, the changes that are in light blue, those were all staff. That wasn't something that we really thought to do, but staff said, well, this is better. We like this better. Would you consider this? We agreed with all of that. And then some changes sort of then, made sense to change something else. So then we would say, well, let's change this. And so that's the other color. But I just want to, say our original ask was really just very minimal, and it was intended to reduce the density and reduce the impacts in that area. There's a lot of other changes, but again, staff did a great job, going through and tweaking those proffers. So some of them are technical, and we've tried to do what we can, but And so we can, if you have questions about those, we can certainly, hopefully respond there. Again, there's the Moon Mount that won't be developed. When we did hold a community meeting and some of the questions did relate to transportation, there's actually a proffer for phase 1 improvements here, and you can, well, hopefully you can see them, but there are improvements on Route 17 that would require new turn lanes north and south and new pavement shoulders along Buckner. And these changes were originally included in the rezoning based on the 4,000 unit counts and the VDOT sort of data at that time. That's still in the proffers. So and those improvements must be made before any residential building permits are done. So those improvements would come. And then as Craig said, additional traffic impact analyses have to be provided to the county. So any other impacts that, come forth, we would have to make those as well, including, that bridge, if the scoping study that VDOT requires included that bridge on Ware Road, then we would be, required to improve that. So we will have to do what VDOT says we're required to do under the TIA. So, but there are existing improvements that are already built into the proffers, and those didn't change, even though the traffic would be less. The water and sewer, again, as you've heard, we're responsible for doing the on-site water and sewer. It would be approved by the county, by DEQ. To your point, if DEQ doesn't issue the permits, there's no public, there's no development. But that is the existing criteria for water and sewer in the existing proffers, and we're not changing that. The commercial and industrial uses, as Craig said, are set forth in the master plan. And so the infrastructure and light industrial uses are identified, and those are the substation, water tanks, and treatment plants. The question came up, could a data center go here? No, the answer is no. There's no data center that's in this master plan, so it is not part of this. It's not in the project. I know that people are very sensitive about that. The one thing, and then Chris can pop up if he needs to, but again, I did want to touch on, the existing proffers, because I know that schools and Mr. Wilson, had suggested, we want what we would get under the existing proffers. Well, those were done many, many years ago. And when the unit count was 4,000. And again, we want to pay our fair share and do everything we're required to do for schools, for public safety, but we don't, we think building an entire elementary school for 600 for kids, is really above and beyond, what is required under current law on proffers, which is, and I don't want to get into it too much, but I think some of you may be familiar with this, legislation that was adopted in 2016 that a proffer amendment can't be denied due to an unreasonable proffer. What's an unreasonable proffer? It's one that either isn't really related to the development, or two, isn't roughly proportionate in amount to the impact. The county attorney's office pointed out, and they're absolutely right, that the 2016 legislation doesn't apply retroactively to, older rezonings, but our position is that legislation is really based on constitutional law, that has applied, for decades, that there has to be for a reasonable proffer, there has to be a reasonable relationship between the amount of the proffer and a rough proportionality. So, we've tried very hard to pay our fair share, but to hold us to building, an elementary school at a cost and for students that really are not part of this application, we just don't think is fair or appropriate under the current law. So, again, we're trying to do everything that we can do, to make sure that we're providing what's required of us. The zoning process and timeline, you don't really need to get into that, but that was, so we're here to answer any questions. I was trying to think if there was anything outstanding. I think address the age restricted, but I'm happy to answer any questions, or Roy or Denise are here too. And so we're happy to to respond.
Good evening, Ms. Cosby.
Hi.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you too,
All
Mr.
right.
Young.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation tonight. I have a lot of comments. But the first question I have is the out parcels of the residents that are there and the future residents that may go on those parcels. Will they have the opportunity to tap into your water and sewer system, or would they have to build their own wells?
That's a very good question. Roy Barnett is here with Van Meter, and so I will let him respond to that one.
So good evening. My name is Roy Barnett. I am the President of Acquisition Planning Development with the Van Meter Companies. We're here tonight as the management agent for the property owner. We are not here on behalf of any action that Van Meter has to build or develop the property. We're acting in our role as a management agent for the property owner. On your question, the water system is being developed according to the proffers, which is internal to the project. The water system, in regard to the wells, most of the wells are drilled. The first phase of that water system was constructed prior to the development stopping. So there actually was, the first well was installed or was connected to a water tank. A interim water tank was constructed on the site, and interim treatment was constructed for that. But the bigger answer to your overall question was that when that water system is completed, it's turned over to the county. So your question about the adjoining property owners, whether they would be allowed to tap in or not, would come back to the county, because that would be a county decision, because they would be the owner and operator of the system.
Okay, thank you. Now with your PMUD, are you looking at this as a live, work, play community?
Yes, I think so. I mean, that was definitely its original thought, all those years ago when it was rezoned. I think the idea was definitely, sort of, that type of community that was a mixed use PUD that has the recreational facilities. It's got the commercial, it's got places of worship, it's got schools, it's got post office. So yeah, certainly, that was its intent, to be really, sort of a cutting edge, if you will, for the time, live, work, play community. So I think the answer is yes.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate that there is proffer that has a linkage between commercial and retail and residential.
Mhm.
Those proffers still stand the way they were originally approved.
Yeah, saw that. Okay, thank you. With my recent appointment by the governor, schools are right down my alley.
Mhm.
So I'm responsible for looking for funds to adequately build schools throughout the state. $33 million coming to the county is, to me, a drop in the bucket. That's not going to build a school. That'll help, but it's not going to build a school. I do have a concern with, and maybe you can explain it a little differently to me, but I do have a concern with building a school or giving monies to the county to build a school, and that additional constraint is on the county. We have to be concerned with transportation, and the biggest thing for me is transportation from that area. The closest school is Bowling Green.
Mhm.
Bowling Green is at its capacity. We're working on that as we talk, as we speak now. A school needs to be on the site, in my opinion. That $33 million is a one-time payment, and if there were some ongoing, I don't know if there was some ongoing monies towards that could certainly assist the county. Is there or not?
Under the current proffers, no. And again, and I don't want to overstep the county attorney's, bounds here. But again, for a cash proffer under state law and, in my opinion, constitutional law,
Mhm.
a proffer that's reasonable is intended to mitigate the actual impact of our students. So the MuniCap report took a look at the impact of our students compared to what the county already has. So what's the need? And so in the MuniCap report, Mr. Young, and I'm sure you're familiar with these types of analysis given what your role, but, takes a look at what, how many kids will be generated, what are the grade levels, right? So we did that. That's where I was like, it's 874 kids at these different schools. Then you take a look at what schools are going to be served. So that's in the MuniCap report. What's the current capacity there? Is it over, under? What is it? All of those schools would be over capacity at some level based on these new, students. So then the question is, what's that ratio? So it isn't, so therefore Haymount goes and builds an entire school. And now the question is, what's that portion of overage that we're responsible for? And that's how it's generally figured under the current state law. Like, so any developer, if they came to you, if this wasn't a proffer amendment, but if we were coming with a brand new proffer, it would be the same, analysis. It wouldn't be, and I totally understand that that's a drop in the bucket for, a school. And that's sort of the point, for us to build an entire school, an elementary school, is doing, far more than what we would be required to do under state law. So, it's not a perfect, so that's where those figures come from. So the 33.5 million, is based on the mitigation of impact analysis. And so that's what's included in the proffers. I would say, and again, I defer to Chris, but that calculation, at least under the current legislation, is what a reasonable proffer is. The county doesn't have authority to accept something that's not reasonable, i.e. something that fits within that calculation. So that's, again, why we're trying very hard. And we went through 3 rounds of the MuniCap report because the schools, looked at it even based on those calculations and said, your figure is too low. Your figure is too low. And we went back 3 times, and it got bumped up. So, we, in good faith, were really trying to look at what our impacts would be. So, we think we're there. Do we understand that's less than building an elementary school? Yes, we do, but under current law, we don't think that is appropriate, for us to continue to be bound to, which is why we came forward with this request. We want to do what is appropriate, what any other developer would be held to, but to hold us to a proffer that, we don't think is valid, we just couldn't do that.
All right, I have 2 points.
Yeah.
Okay, so one, of course, we didn't create the proffer. You all offered the proffer, correct? In the beginning?
Yes.
Okay. My last point is, and many of you have heard me say this over the last 4 years. I welcome development in the county. I'm a big proponent of development in the county, by all means, when it's the right type of development and right kind of development. However, I am not an advocate of the county having responsibility of the developers. The developers get to go home, sleep at night. We got to raise taxes here in the county to support what the developers bring here. I got a problem with that.
Mm.
So for me to be able to sleep at night and know that we're going to have to build new schools, transportation, EMS and fire, police, all of that out there, that's another impact on the county, which is a major concern to me.
Mhm. That's absolutely valid. My only response would be, right now, you're at 4,000 units, so at least we're cutting it in half. And if it doesn't, that's where,
That is true.
we see this as so much better
It
than
is.
what could be built tomorrow, at least to your point, cut it in half.
Sure.
Because it's a proffer that we cannot do any more than that. So at least you get one bite, at least this bite at the apple. I won't say one bite, but you're getting this bite at the apple to cut it in half, and it runs with the land.
I get it.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
that's not the issue, and I certainly appreciate that. However, it's still a major impact on
Of
the county.
course, understood.
but
You're,
thank you.
you're right. Yes, yes, sir.
Ms. Cosby, I have a couple of questions, if I could, please, and thank you. So who does Municap Inc. work for? Do they work for the client, or do they work for the county when they come up with the numbers that they come up with?
They work for the client. We retain them. They worked with the data that was provided by the school and worked it within the parameters of what state law. So they took state law, they took the data that the county provided. That's where we came back a couple of times because there wasn't particular data available. So Municap did its best coming up with some of the figures for school construction costs, et cetera. And then the schools looked at it and said that's not right. And we said, well, then tell us what we should use. So the county supplied, and it's in our narrative, but we used the school study that I believe was provided to the Board of Supervisors. So that's where those numbers came from. And also the construction costs also came from the schools. And they have, you may be aware of this, Mr. Young probably is, but they've got sort of different forecasts for what construction costs would be. We used worst case scenario, which is the highest, option that the schools had. So that's why we went ahead and met the number that we were, that I think the schools, in the way it was calculated, agreed that's the figure. So we paid for them, but I do believe it's consistent with the school data.
Okay, and so you stated that 880 school-age children, over what period of time is that? Because it obviously can't be 20 years, which is the projected build-out of this project. I mean, I live in Lake Landor myself,
Mhm.
and that's 1,800. And I know that there are way more than 880 school-age children, and it's less kids, less homes than what is proposed here. And my thought would be that this would be more of a riverfront type community, which
Mhm.
would attract more people. And I can't buy 880. I
Mhm.
would probably be leaning more to double that, frankly.
Mhm.
I mean,
I can only tell you that again, that's based on what the schools have. I
Right.
mean, based on the school's projected capacity figures. So if I can certainly go back, our analyst isn't here tonight, but we can certainly, provide additional information. I can bring that question back, Mr. Williams, why is it not twice? I would be happy to do that because we would request that this be deferred because we wanted to answer questions.
right.
We want to have another community meeting. We want to see, what the concerns are and if we can answer them. So I just want to we can do that and bring it
Right,
back to you.
Right. And I understand the reduction in density, but, like Mr. Young, to cap off to what he said, the county is going to lose a $50 million school, $40 million school, whatever it is. And that's just going to put an increased burden on overly burdened school system already. I mean, I had 4 kids go through Caroline High School, and I know that there's a lot of kids in Caroline High School. We don't want kids in trailers.
Mhm. Right. Well, and to your point, there was no cash proffer for middle school or high school,
Right.
right? So
Exactly.
yes, and there were 250 kids based on our roughly analysis that would be over into the high school, but there wasn't anything to mitigate the high school impacts. And this gives the cash to the county and again, to Mr. Young's point, it doesn't build a whole school, but it's there to be utilized for whatever capital projects you need at the, high school, middle school, elementary school level.
So what was the logic in behind I heard you say that we combined the 2 parcels
Mhm.
into 1 parcel, but if we had two singular parcels, we could build an elementary and then we could build either a middle or a high school.
Mhm.
I mean, because that, at some point, Caroline County, as you well know, you've been around a
Mhm.
while, is going to have to build another high
Mhm.
school.
Mhm.
It's,
Well-
it's a no-brainer.
And Mr. Williams, that's why, because when we had our pre-app meeting, and Mr. Pennington can speak to this and Mr. Hughes as well, but, we had the different agencies, including schools, in the room. And the comment from schools was, we can't use two 13-acre parcels. They're too small for us to build an elementary school. Or they said, more likely, we need a new high school. And so in order to build a high school, you need a much larger parcel. Well, what do you need? Make, 50 acres. Okay, that's where that came from. So that was specifically in anticipation that the county might need a high school site. And we tried to give what the schools indicated they needed.
Okay. I had one last question, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but I'm going to. So when this original project was approved, were you the county attorney?
I was not.
Okay.
No.
Just asking.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I heard about it a lot, though. I'll tell you,
I'm
it was
sure
it
you
was
did.
legend. Dr. Horton knows. Ms. Long knows. It was legend.
I mean, we've been kicking the can for a long time.
Yes,
I do know.
I'm well aware of that. So the fact that I'm standing here all these years later is not lost on me.
So the property for the houses of worship, I understand is 6 acres, so how would that, so you would sell based on current market value, and would a Baptist church have the opportunity to buy? So is it incremented in 6 1-acre lots? And is there an opportunity for a Baptist, for instance, church to be able to buy 2 partials? Or could one denomination buy the whole 6 acres?
It really, they're made available to anybody. And if they are not, then they revert back to the county. But
So the county would get the 6 acres if there was no interest?
if there's no interest, yeah. So we convey it out completely. And I'm trying to see, I think it's conveyed, at no cost. So they're donated, in other
Or the
words.
property is donated? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So just like the 50 acres, the 6 acres for the house of worship and the acreage for the fire station, because Port Royal already has a fire department there, so all of those partials, the county they could sell them back to you, right, after a certain period of time, if they didn't use them?
Well, they could keep them, they could sell them to anybody, but they would be conveyed, free and clear for free to the county.
And the original profit, was the county fire department shell, was that supposed to have been a complete build out, or was it a shell from the beginning?
It was always a shell, but it didn't say how big of a shell.
Okay.
And that's where it could have been far less. It could have been something very tiny. It didn't say really, you had 2.3 acres. What can you build, for fire and rescue? So that's why we went and we actually asked the sheriff, and Chief Loftus and said, what do you need? And that's where they said, this is what we have, in Carmel Church. So an equivalent would work. And so that's what we did.
So who makes the guidelines for the age restricted? Is that you guys, or is that
Yeah.
you guys that make the regulations for? So if I purchased a 55 over home and I had a son that was 19 and I passed away,
Mhm.
what would my son be left with?
That's a very good question. And I will say that the age restricted, as it's currently written, is based on state and federal definition, so it's 55 plus, one person has to be 55 and older. So if in that instance, if you had a son who was not that age, then technically he wouldn't be able to live there. And so one question that came up with Ms. Long at the community meeting was her concern, which I think others have indicated, was the definition as it's currently written, which again is based on existing law. We didn't come up with it on our own. Doesn't necessarily exclude, school age children from living there, But I know that the county has dealt with this issue in other zoning cases. So there's other language out there, which is what I was saying we could add, and I think Ms. Long, would appreciate the addition of that no school-age children can't live there or can't be present on the property for more than, some limited amount of time. So that is how it's been dealt with before. I know there's other language too, Mr. Rollins, that says, for a spouse, not a child, but if a spouse dies who is under 55, that they would be able to remain there. And that, I think, language has been considered by the Board of Supervisors. So in answer to your question, the original language is based on state and federal law. Can it be tweaked? Absolutely. I think, and we would be open to those conversations based on what the Planning Commission and the board, might think is appropriate without violating state law, I would say that. As long as we don't do anything to violate the law, we want to address those issues.
So your retail stores, and I don't have the diagram in front of me, but if the county was to decide to, if this went through and was approved and the county did decide to put a school there, what kind of options would you have within the complex not to have vape shops or ABC stores close to the school?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, the uses are set forth in the underlying zoning, and I'm not aware of, currently there are development standards for things like, I'm not sure if it's vape shops, but, sexually oriented businesses, for example. There are existing development standards in the zoning ordinance that prohibit those types of uses from being within X feet of a school or, that type of facility. I'm not aware of, I would defer to staff, if there are any other, sort of prohibitions against specific uses. So there aren't any in the proffers themselves, but they would still be sort of subject to the development standards that are in the ordinance.
And I guess I don't have a question, but I guess my last comment, back in 2024 when VDOT did their traffic analysis, I don't think that, I'm not for sure if that complex up at New Post, that housing unit there at New Post was built or not. And I don't know how many units are in there, but my concern with this project and that one being there is the traffic that's going to be on 17, with that being a 2-lane highway.
Yeah.
I have a concern, but that's just a comment. That's all the questions.
Hello, Ms. Cosby.
Hi.
Good to see you
It's good to see you
again.
too, Ms. Warren.
So a lot of, my concerns have been covered, but I will have some questions and a couple of concerns. So you're proposing 1,925 houses, and the plus 113, is that additional?
No,
Is that the 55 plus
Yes.
and apartments?
It's not necessary. It could be the villas, condos, there's the product that is out there for age restricted. I mean, it could be pretty much, any one of those.
Apartments are age restricted, or we don't know what they're gonna look like?
Correct.
Okay, whether they'll be apartments or townhomes or,
Correct.
okay. But the 113 is included.
It's included in that
Okay.
one, yes.
Okay. I won't go back over the schools. Obviously, we're all concerned, but I don't think that the county, this is just my opinion, but high schools have got to be centralized. I mean, this is in a rural area way at the end of the county. I don't think that would it would be a good site for a high school. That's a concern. And I have a concern about the conservation area. There was a subdivision, not in this county, but the conservation area was put in the HOA and it ended up eventually becoming more houses. So, I think conservation areas need to be placed under the proper conservation groups. you know,
Yes.
And held to. But
And that's certainly the intent. So, if there's other language, either from the county attorney's office or, from staff, that we can add to strengthen that, I don't think I have any objection, because that's certainly, no houses, absolutely, no development, not even the nursery and not even what is proposed under the current, we want it to be nothing,
yeah, that's
no
all.
roads, no anything.
That's all I have for
Yeah.
now. I think probably Ms. Hodge, do you have some more?
I just I agree with you, Ms. Morton, regarding that conservation
Mhm.
section language. It was very ambiguous because it said either HOA or conservation easement. So
Mhm.
I think that should really
We
be
can
straightened
certainly-
up.
Understood.
Anybody else?
I have one last question. So on the number how did you guys get to the number for the age restricted? How did you come to get to that number? Was
Of 55 or of the 113 unit?
113. So was there analysis done as based, to determine that there was a need
Yeah.
for?
Yeah, well, I'll let Roy take that. That's a really good question.
No, we looked at that and it's a multifamily type design for age restricted. And we looked at the size of the site where we're putting on, and so it's proportionality and came up with a density per acre. So there was no magic to it other than saying that we want to keep a density at a certain level so that the product is not a dense product. We don't expect something that's 4, 5 stories, anything like that. So we want to look at it as multifamily, whether it's attached villas or whether it's some quads or some 2-story product or 2 or 3, 2.5-story product. So that's how we looked at it. And it was basically looking at keeping that density down on the acreage that we had for the multifamily area.
Okay.
Anybody else?
May I go back to that age restricted and the density? So the proffer mentions backyard apartments. Can we define what those are? Are they accessory dwellings or?
Yeah, I think depending on what part of the state you're in, we call them, they use the word ADU in a couple different definitions, but accessory dwelling units. This project was designed by Dewaney back in 2005. It was to have that accessory units. Typically, they were built over garages in Kentlands and Gaithersburg, which is the keynote traditional design project. We have garage apartments that are over the garages. So it was viewed as what today we're calling accessory dwelling units in a lot of the places in Virginia and across the country today.
Okay, so those little apartments are counted toward the 1925 units?
If those are built, that's the way the proffer is read, that those would count as part of the density.
I was reading the staff report because there's no requirements for lot sizes, setbacks, any dimensions or anything. So it just seems like there's not enough details in the plan.
This is a proffer amendment. So in the original proffers, there's 6 pages of detail sheets for all different lot sizes with setbacks, side yards, front yards, etc. So those still stay in place. So we're not amending those, so those weren't probably in the package that you had, but they are part of the original proffers that still stand today.
Anybody else? You good? And I just wanted the members to know that the current number of acres at Caroline High School is roughly 104. Just so everybody is aware of that, 104. I think that's it for you guys. Do we want to take a break before we start the public hearing? Anybody? You're good, you're good? You're good. Okay. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to speak? Please step forward and state your name. Oh, wait a minute, Craig. You got to read it, right? Hold tight, just 1 second. Craig's got to read his little spiel. And then
Read his spiel.
you got to read his little spiel.
Is it time for me to talk?
Sorry, Craig, didn't mean to overstep.
That's right. The purpose of a public hearing is for Caroline County Planning Commission to listen carefully to the verbal expression and position and opinion from citizens of Caroline County. Public hearings are not question and answer sessions or debates, and all statements should be addressed to the chair. When members of the public offer comment, they need to clearly state their name and voting district prior to making their comments. Applicants or representatives of the applicant will be allowed 15 minutes to introduce information regarding the matter advertised. Persons speaking at public hearings are respectfully requested to keep comments brief, not to exceed 3 minutes, and to address only those issues pertinent to the matters advertised for public hearing. And after the public hearing has been closed, the applicant or representatives of the applicant will be allowed 10 minutes to address any issues identified by the public.
Thank you, Mr. Pennington.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Name and voting district, please.
My name is Bruce Lee. I live at the little one-lane bridge on Ware Creek Road. I've been there since 1998. I bought 57 acres from B.M. Skinker of Skinker's Neck. And I live right on the river. And my river, from my house, I look straight up the river to King George. If anybody knows where the Taylor Farm is and anyway, it doesn't, the King George. Anyway, I got a phone call Monday evening about 5 o'clock. I was home. The storm was coming up. And the guy calls me. He's directly across from my house at the Taylor Farm. And he was going to haul me moving dirt from a Taylor Farm. And he calls me. I said, "You're right. You can see my house from where you are." He said, "Oh, okay." And he said, "Man," I said, "a storm's coming." He said, "Yeah." And all of a sudden, he said, "We got more of the storm coming." I'll bring him in here to say it. That the Osprey flew over. I could hear him on the phone. The Haymont does not realize what they're up against selling a lot in there with the military installation there at AP Hill. And 30 years ago, there was no issue when this thing was approved because there was no Ospreys. Ospreys make tremendous noise. I have a lot of glass on my house. I can bring you the bills where I have Anderson windows, a lot of glass. We have had them replaced because the seals break from the vibration. They vibrate. Anyway, when the Osprey came, I've got a little dog named Scooter. He ran and hid in the flower bed. And whenever they come over at night, he'll shake and like dogs do with thunder and lightning. This is a bad place for development like this. You're next to the military base. And the military base, 30 years ago, they didn't have the Ospreys. They got them. And it is loud. Anyone that lives there, I've learned to live with it. But 2 or 3 years ago, I called and I talked to the people at the base. I said, "Can you please not fly over my house? You know, go over somebody else." And they come low because they land there. They got to be low. And it vibrates. I'm used to it. I got to deal with it. You know, I'm proud of the military. I'm a military man. Haymont is going to run into a heck of a problem selling lots. They're not going to get insurance on their windows. Who wants their Anderson windows or their Pella windows to vibrate? It's loud. It's real loud. But the people in Skinker's Neck deal with it because we live there. It's our home. But if you think you're going to attract new buyers to come down there with the helicopters that come over, it's noise. In fact, I think we need to have some recordings and for you all to see what happens.
I don't want to cut you off, Mr. Lee, but your time has expired.
I've made my point.
Thank
and it's a bombshell.
Yep.
Well, they're not gonna
Mr.
sell
Lee.
lots.
you. Mr.
We're
Lee,
gonna advertise it. We're gonna have signs up, beware. of
what is your
you're
voting
gonna do.
district, Mr. Lee?
Darn if I know.
All right. We're gonna put you in Port Royal. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Thank you, Mr. Lee. If everybody could just, thank you, Judy.
I'm hating to follow him, but good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is William Guzik, and I am Chairman of the Port Royal Planning Commission. I'm here tonight to present a resolution unanimously adopted by our Planning Commission opposing rezoning application RZ-05-2024 and the proposed Haymount development. Let me be clear, Port Royal is not opposed to growth. We are a historic community that needs thoughtful, sustainable growth to survive and thrive. But there's a fundamental difference between responsible growth and a development whose scale exceeds the ability of the surrounding communities and infrastructure to support it. Even after the proposed reduction in density, Haymount would still bring approximately 1,925 residential units, along with a combined 750,000 square feet of commercial and industrial development to a 1,579 acre site on the Rappahannock. That is not a minor addition to Caroline County. It is the creation of a community larger than many existing towns in the region. The question before this commission should not simply be, can this development be approved? The question should be, can this region responsibly support it? Port Royal has approximately 200 residents. We have limited roads, limited public safety resources, and most importantly, limited water. Our town relies on the Potomac Aquifer as its only current water source. That aquifer is already under significant stress. A proposed future water system from the west is still years away and is not a resource that can simply be assumed to solve today's problems. Port Royal has existed since its charter in 1744. We have a right and a responsibility to plan for our own future, to grow carefully, to maintain our historic character, and to ensure that our limited infrastructure can support the people who already live here and those who may reasonably come here in the future. We cannot support development of this magnitude when the surrounding infrastructure and the water resources are not clearly capable of supporting it. The burden of this development will not be confined to the Haymount property. It will be felt throughout the region, including in Port Royal. We respectfully urge this commission to reject rezoning application RZ-05-2024. Caroline County should not approve a development first and hope that the roads, schools, public safety services, and water supply catch up later. Growth should serve the community, not overwhelm it. On behalf of the Town of Port Royal Planning Commission, I respectfully submit our unanimous resolution in opposition to the proposed Haymount rezoning. Thank you.
Please keep the clapping to not at all. Sorry. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Good evening. My name's Alex Long. I'm the mayor of the town of Port Royal, established 1744, still existing, and hopes to in the future. The town council met the 22nd of July yesterday and unanimously passed a resolution requesting this planning commission respectfully to deny this application. And rather than read you the whereas clauses, would like to instead point out several facts. Number one, as was cited, water is an incredibly dear resource. The fact is that Department of Environmental Quality regulates the Potomac Aquifer. The fact is it is a declining resource, And as a matter of fact, the town of Port Royal has a limit, our permit limits the town and to how much water we can pull. It's not just the water, but Caroline County bought 49 acres to put a fire department and emergency services building. Now then, if Haymont needs this 12,000 square foot shell built out, which is a huge cost, manned by people, that's a daily large cost. Where's the EMT fire department going to be? Is it going to be over here at Port Royal? I'm sorry. Or is it going to be over at Haymont? Are the people at Portabago Bay going to be told, too bad? Or the people over at Rappahannock Academy, even though that might be seen closer, it's still a ways back there, they're going to have a problem. And so we have limited resources, and yet, as there was an economist named Malthus, it's called the Malthusian problem, and that unlimited demand, limited resources. As been pointed out, you can only shake the taxpayers but so much. And this county has gotten accolades and awards for being a good government that provides and succeeds. And case in point, the roads, who is, after you, I've never seen a large project like this without a traffic impact analysis. Now, where is it? Instead, who's going to pay for these improvements? And, oh, well, VDOT will pay for it. That means there's less, we're not going to get our bypass around the town of Port Royal. So again, many demands, few resources. We've been in existence since 1744. You really, 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 truly, absolutely have to investigate the Potomac Aquifer and the demands on that resource. Because, and it's not just the town, it's also the secondary growth area, Caroline County, contiguous to the town. That's our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Anybody else wishing to speak? Come on forward and name and voting district, please.
My name is Ellen Martin, and I'm Port Royal Voting District. I live in Rappahannock Academy. My house, if you look on Ware Creek Road, you see that dark blue box? I'm just a speck from that box right there. I'll be able to see everything from my yard. Do you know how disgusting it feels that is happening? I went to the meeting in July. I brought up the traffic, and everybody, they kept telling me, oh, we're gonna widen Buckner Road, we're gonna do turning lanes. I live on Ware Creek Road. That bridge is awful to try and cross now. Most of the time, you can't even see on the other side because of the overgrowth. You have to creep and pray nobody's coming the other way. How there hasn't been a head-on collision already, I don't know. Now they tell me, oh, but if they're going in and out of this development, they're going to use Buckner Road. No, they are not. When they realize when they're leaving Fredericksburg, then they can turn on to the one lane, go over the one-lane bridge and cut out a big area. You know they're going to do it. That's going to put all that traffic in front of my house and more chances for somebody to get killed down there on that bridge. And I pray to God when it happens, I hope you all remember all this, because it will happen. Once that goes in, I don't know what day, but it will happen. I hate that you weren't voting, I'm sure, 30 years ago, the people that voted all this in. They're all gone now. And they're destroying the county. They're bringing, this is the start for the whole county, because once this goes in, Northern Virginia is coming here. And if you thought it wouldn't happen, it's happening. And it thoroughly disgusts me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Come on up, Mr. Collins.
I thought we're not supposed to address people by their names.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, I
Just ribbing you. Good evening, Planning Commission. Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I don't like dating people on the Planning Commission or myself for that matter, so I'll just go ahead with myself. And I think it was 1986 the Mets won the World Series, and I was a happy kid.
Boo.
It was also around the time that Haymount was rolling and getting the thoughts to come to fruition. And this is just an example of what can happen when you have a bad planned project. You don't make a bad project better by changing and tweaking a little here and there. This is still going to be a big impact on the county, as it was when it was approved. I don't see anybody here on the Planning Commission that was around when the original approval was. There is a member of the Board of Supervisors that was around when this was approved. He was just starting off his career. So my point is tonight, I don't fault the Planning Commission for any of what's in front of us. All I ask is that we look at what's on the agenda, not only this rezoning, but following rezonings, and make sure that it's what's best for the county. Not best what's for a small group of developers or landowners, but for the overall county. That's all I can ask. You can't just bring back a poorly planned project and pretend it's a good one. Whether it's from 25 years ago or from 2 years ago. It needs to stand on its merits. It needs to stand on what it's going to provide for the community, not what it's going to provide for the pockets of the developers in charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Your name and voting district, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Don Skinker. I live in Port Royal District. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, like I said before, my name is Don Skinker. I own a farm on Skinker's Neck Road. I am in a very bad situation, in my opinion, because I live on one side of my farm is Four Winds, and on the other side of my farm is Haymount. So it looks like I may have to live next to a city. My land has been in the Skinker family since the time that it was purchased by Colonel John Skinker. Colonel John Skinker was a colonel in the Virginia militia who fought in the Revolutionary War. So the land has been in my family for many, many years. I come before you as a very unhappy person. I regret this development at Haymount. I've regretted it ever since it was first started. I want to explain to y'all that the traffic, if this project is approved, the traffic on Ware Creek Road is going to be enormous. I own land not only on Skinker's Neck Road, but I also own land on Ware Creek Road. And I am very familiar with that one-lane bridge. And nobody seems to want to address that, the impact on Ware Creek Road and that one-lane bridge. I mean, Haymount is not interested. This has been brought before them, and they just want to ignore it. I have other problems with the development. Obviously, I don't want to have my farm next to the commercial development there. My farm is right there on the red burgundy part. I'd like to make another argument to the board. I'd like to make a technical argument. I got notice of this hearing, and in the notice it talks about Haymount, and of course we have the initials A SLIV and then LLP. Well, I'd like to tell the Planning Commission that that doesn't exist. That's an entity that does not exist. If you go to Delaware, to the Division of Corporations, it's not there. You go to
Mr.
the state
Speaker,
corporation.
I
Pardon me?
don't want to cut you off,
Good.
but your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to tell you that okay, if I'm over, I'll stop.
Sorry.
Okay.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step forward and state your name and voting district, please.
Aaron Bradley, Port Royal. I live at Rappahannock Academy, just south of where this is going to take place. I just wanted to bring up a few things I noted. They mentioned that the child density was 1 per family. That might be true of Caroline County, but I've lived in housing additions before. It's not true of housing additions. No way. I did some quick internet research, and that's not what you typically find. The $17,000 per household. If there's 2 children, that means $9,000 per child. That means $9,000 is not going to cover 1 year of school for any of those children. I do think we need the school. We keep hearing this 4,000 number as if it's a warning because things could be worse. That doesn't seem appropriate. I'm wondering if by dropping it down to 1,925 units, if that's getting them under the wire somewhere so they can install less infrastructure. I do not know the infrastructure rules, so I can only assume. Can the HOA redesignate what land can be used for? Well, I lived at Lee's Hill. They had all kinds of riding trails and stuff promised. You know what? They built more houses. So how much of this winds up more houses? Which means more infrastructure and more taxing on the schools and no school there to handle it. The roads, the short turn-on lanes onto Route 17, if you've driven up and down Route 17 like I do every day, you'll note that next to where the trucks come on from loading rock, that they have, I don't know, 500 foot of on-ramp. If you do that here, in front of all these hills and everything, you're going to have accidents. It's already, I'm slamming on my brakes all the time because the truck just decides to pull out in front of people. So we're going to deal with that as well. Well, where will the sewer be dumped? What's left of the treatment? Is it going into the river? Is it going into the land? I'm in the aquifer and I am just south of this area. So one way or another, I'll probably have to deal with it. They mentioned that the 2016 rules apply to the old proffer. It seems like there's an awful lot of reasons they want to get away from that old proffer. I don't know what they all are, but it seems like that is something they don't want. They want to save a bunch of money. They don't want to build a school. They don't want to build other things. They'll give you more land, but then the county, again, like you've been talking about, is going to have to pay for it. And one last thing on US Postal. US Postal is cutting back right now. So if they build one there, are they going to shut down another one? Again, I live at Rappahannock Academy on Hicks Landing. Are they going to shut that post office down? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please state your name and your voting district, please.
Good evening. My name is Brent Hunsinger. I actually am representing Friends of the Rappahannock this evening. I just wanted to speak a little bit on the context of water. It has been stated that they plan to use deep wells or some kind of other system underneath the river. A gallery system has been suggested. Having spoken to DEQ today, Haymount or the developers have not asked for the mandatory technical evaluation to see if groundwater wells are even feasible for the site to be permitted. And that is in code that they have to do that. So it would really help for us to even understand if wells could even be used. As it's been stated, the Potomac Aquifer is being drawn down. the county is already having issues with groundwater and recently received a surface water permit from DEQ to get them off of groundwater. That was the whole point. Just across the river, Hop Yard Landing has a groundwater permit that a year or two ago, DEQ required them to have tiered. Usually they would have 15 years before it would have to be re-permitted. They gave them a 10-year limit on the permit because of concerns about reliance on groundwater directly across the river. It also turns out this evening that DEQ is actually going to release a 6-month overdue groundwater study that studies the entire Eastern Virginia groundwater management area that we've been asking the governor to release. We think that's going to be released tonight. Evidently, that's going to have some pretty powerful recommendations and findings in that we're going to have to look at to really look at and see where those critical cells are in the counties and what action is needed there. So we all know that 2,000 homes and commercial and other things use a lot of water. So they just think there's a need to pause and really look at if water is even feasible at this site into the future before it goes forward. With that said, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step forward.
Can we put these in the record? The resolutions from Port Royal? Both of them?
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Last call. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Thank you. Okay. So with that being said, the public hearing is now closed.
Just reminder that the applicant gets 10 minutes to
Yeah.
rebut.
Yep, gotcha. So Ms. Neal, would you like to address anything? You have 10 minutes.
I don't need 10 minutes. I would just, acknowledge the comments from the community. I don't disagree with, most of those concerns. Again, I would just reiterate, the 4,000 units will have twice the demand of 2,000 units that we're asking to be held to. So the water, the traffic, all of these, we're trying to cut it in half. We are held to the same infrastructure proffers, the same traffic proffers that were included when this development was at 4,000 units. So I think the comment was made, why are we, cutting it in half? Are we trying to reduce infrastructure? We're going to be held to the exact same thing. We didn't ask for any modifications to any improvements from water or anything, the water system, the traffic. We're still building the improvements that are in the proffers. We're still going to have to provide traffic impact analyses, with regard to that bridge. It's up to VDOT to identify what the scope of each traffic impact analysis will be. And it will look at, current traffic with the development, development and future development that's, so to your point, that's even under consideration. So VDOT will look at all of that. And if that bridge or any other traffic right of way needs improvement due to the now 1,900 cars instead of 40,000 trips, we're responsible for that and we pay for that. I think somebody had said VDOT will pay for that. No, we will pay for that. That's a responsibility. So again, I acknowledge the concerns, all of those concerns. And my response would simply be, you're right, the Planning Commission, none of you were here when this was approved. And I believe Dr. Horton was adamantly against it. And I may be wrong, but I know there, so I'm sorry. So I know that there's a feeling, but I guess I would just say you're right. And you can't get rid of it. You can't undo it, but you can slice it in half and you can hold it to, you can do a much better job. And that's, that would just be my response. So that's all. Unless anybody has any questions.
Anybody got a question?
I have one question. Well, I don't. So the statement that the gentleman made about determining whether you could supply water to the project, and I think he stated that no one had requested anything. Was that a true statement?
No, there was an original water capacity study that was done before the wells, I think, were drilled, and it's in the county's files. So there, that work was done, it was approved. And so, will that need to be brought forward? Under DEQ regulations, I think we can all assume yes, but there has been that, there was initial analysis done. We will have to conform with what DEQ requires, any additional capacity analysis and permitting. And again, if for any reason, we don't get that permit, then we don't get that permit. So that's just the way it is. Just because we're here and it's accounted for in the proffer doesn't necessarily make it so. But yes, there has been initial studies.
Anybody else have any additional questions?
The one citizen had a question, one or two citizens had a question about the wastewater treatment. The discharge is right there at the site.
It
correct?
is.
Goes back
It's-
into the
yeah.
Rappahannock.
Yeah, I'll let Roy talk about that because I know that was a
Yeah, that was
question. I want him
that
to
was
be
a
able to.
concern. So if you could address that
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
citizens.
It's good sign, because if you look on the map that's on your screens, you'll see the purple box that shows where the wastewater treatment plant is permitted. That plan is, the gentleman was correct, that plan is permitted. The discharge permit is still valid, and it drains into a little tributary that eventually flows to the Rappahannock River. But we must construct that plant to the latest DEQ standards and state and federal standards. So the drinking water quality of that will be greatly better than what the standards were back 20 years ago. So we do have to have the discharge meet all current standards of that plant design. That plant was actually originally designed, and there was an agreement in place with Caroline County on that particular plant. It's actually a recorded agreement with the county already.
Anybody else?
Excuse me, sir. What is the, how many gallons, is the permit entitled to release per day?
I do not have that off the top of my head. I would be glad to get that number and make sure that it's back to
Okay.
staff to respond to you.
All
on
right.
that.
I was looking through some old newspaper articles and it said something that the draft permit stated, the Haymount facility proposes to release 580,000 gallons of treated sewage per day, expanding in the future to 960,000.
Right, that would be, I hate to do numbers off the top of my head, but that would be based on the full build out of 4,000 units, full build out of all the commercial and retail, probably at the highest usage. Because and then we have to have a safety factor on top of that. So that's probably where those numbers are. What's being proposed today would cut that usage less than half. I mean, it'd be below half of that discharge, because you're 1925 versus 4,000. There has been some increase in the gallons per day per unit. So there will be some offset, but it still should be in the range of half of that number. But let me pull the permit. I will look at the calculations, have our engineers look at the calculations to see how much reduction we anticipate in that discharge. With this plan, if this plan goes forward. Thank you.
Did anyone ever specify on a map where the Caroline water intake is compared to this, in relation to this project?
I don't know the history of how long the county intake was decided, where it was decided, and at what point in time versus when Haymount was approved. So I can't opine on that.
Okay,
Anybody else? Did you have something to add? No, Chris? Okay, well, let's make a motion for RZ 05-2024. Somebody? Carol? You got your card?
Okay, let me get the
Joanne,
numbers.
I'm being asked, our request again is for a deferral, so I don't know if Dr. Horton's motion, but we would request a motion to defer until the planning commission's next meeting. So I just want to make that clear on the record. So thanks to staff and county attorney.
Understood. Yeah, which, puts me a little bit between a rock and a hard place, but the citizens usually override it for me. So, this does not come under, we also have, from the Economic Development of Caroline County recommends that the project should utilize existing proffers. So, oh my goodness. I don't think it's that one, is it? This is for zoning, correct? Okay. You got a new one. Whereas for zoning requests, RZ 05-2024. Too much paperwork tonight. Whereas for zoning requests, RZ 05-2024 appears to be generally inconsistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan and future land use map. Whereas the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practices warrants the denial of this request, I recommend that RZ 05-2024, is that going to be the correct number? Okay, be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of denial.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. The motion for denial will be forwarded to the board for RZ 05-2024. Thank you.
Hit the gap.
Want to take a break? 5 minutes. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. So let's see, it is 8:36. We'll be back at 8:41. Okay. You ready, Mr. Pennington?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Your second public hearing tonight is the Carmel Technology and Enterprise Center, RZ 06-2024. The applicant is requesting approval of a rezoning from RP Rural Preservation to M1 Industrial with B1 business uses for development of a technology and enterprise industrial campus pursuant to Article 10 of the zoning ordinance. In August 2024, Caroline County Board of Supervisors approved a comprehensive plan amendment which expanded the Carmel Church growth area to include the subject properties and changed the future land use designation from rural transition to office industrial. This comprehensive plan amendment expanded the growth area from the boundary of Long Creek to the boundaries of the parcels that were partially included in the growth area, totaling approximately 189 acres. The project area includes several parcels located between Jericho Road and US Route 1 and along Zion Road and Oxford Road. The properties total approximately 1,110 acres and are bounded to the west by residential parcels zoned RP, ranging between 2 and 14 acres along Oxford Road and Long Creek Drive. Directly to the south by Oxford Road and 2 large parcels of 635 and 326 acres respectively zoned RP and utilized as hunting land. To the east by residential parcels zoned RP ranging between 1 and 10 acres along Zion Road, and to the north by the Carmel School and Jericho Road, and to the north across Jericho Road by residential parcels ranging from 1 to 179 acres zoned RP. The applicant proposes to locate B1 uses towards the Route 1 frontage between the intersection of US Route 1, Route 207, and Jericho Road, and the northern intersection of US 1 and Zion Road. The zoning ordinance requires that the B1 use area is identified at the time of rezoning. The project also proposes a quadrant road between Jericho Road and Route 1. The industrial portion of the project will be located towards the interior of the property southwest of the quadrant road. The applicant proposes to give 63 acres to the Carmel School for use as athletic fields as part of this development. The applicant's generalized development plan for the project proposes 11 land bays to be developed. The area depicted in light blue on the GDP within the land bays A and C would be available for B1 commercial uses with a maximum of 100 acres as required by the zoning ordinance. The remainder of the acreage will be utilized for M1 uses, excluding those prohibited by the proffers. The GDP identifies a quadrant road shown as Spine Road A from Jericho Road to US Route 1. The applicant proposes a new traffic signal at the intersection of Spine Road A with US 1. The GDP also depicts a second road, Spine Road B, extending from Spine Road A to serve the interior parcels. Spine Road A is shown to become a public, where Spine Road B will remain private. A secondary emergency access for the project is proposed from Zion Road and Land Bay D. The GDP only depicts future roads A and B and no physical improvements. The applicant proposes that the layout of the project will be determined as users of the property are generated. The extension of Spine Road B and other roadways needed to serve the land bays will be determined at the time of site plan as necessary. The GDP does not commit to a cohesive interconnected system of roads. The GDP depicts Long Creek and associated wetlands and resource protection area along the western portion of the subject properties, and also shows wetland and RPA areas along the eastern portion of the property and along Spine Road A, which will cross the wetland area at points along the path. The GDP denotes 3 possible family cemetery locations in the southern portion of the site. The applicant proposes to dedicate right-of-way along US Route 1 and Jericho Road. The GDP and proffers commit to the Highway Corridor Overlay District landscaping buffer and shared use path along US Route 1 frontage. All parcels created along the US Route 1 frontage will be required to comply with HCOD regulations with limited access as identified in the proffers. A shared use path is also proposed along both Spine Road A and B. Spine Road A will also be dedicated as a public roadway. As noted, the GDP depicts wetlands and RPA through portions of the site. The GDP does not depict any improvements aside from Spine Road A and B, and the full extent of environmental impacts is not known at this time. Site plans will be reviewed for any environmental impacts at the time of submission should the rezoning request be approved. Development of the site will be subject to the county's Chesapeake Bay regulations and DEQ stormwater management, and DEQ will review plans for compliance with stormwater management regulations. The subject properties are contained within the Northeast Creek North Anna watershed. The project is situated in the southwest quadrant of the US 1 Route 207 Jericho Road intersection and proposes new access locations from US Route 1 and Jericho Road. US Route 1 along the project is classified as a minor arterial. Jericho Road is classified as a major collector. Route 207 is classified as a principal arterial. According to VDOT data from 2024, the annual average daily traffic on the network within the project is US Route 1 is 5,100 vehicles per day. Jericho Road, 2,200 vehicles per day. Zion Road, 110 vehicles per day. Oxford Road, 170 vehicles per day. And Route 207, 7,700 vehicles per day. The applicant has provided a traffic impact analysis for the project that has been reviewed by the county and VDOT, and the TIA anticipates an additional 14,778 daily trips for the site at full build-out, projected to be 2031. The TIA recommends the following roadway improvements. Install a conventional traffic signal at Route 207, I-95 southbound ramps. This improvement is already warranted by existing traffic numbers and is not triggered by the project. The applicant has proffered $50,000 towards this improvement. Construct a westbound right turn lane on Rogers Clark Boulevard. Restripe the existing westbound left turn lane on Rogers Clark Boulevard as a shared left through lane. Construct a westbound left turn lane on Rogers Clark Boulevard with 300 feet of storage. Restripe the outside northbound through lane on US Route 1 as a shared through right lane. Upgrade the US 1 Route 207 traffic signal timing. Restripe the I-95 northbound off-ramps. Shift the eastbound left turn lane on Rogers Clark Boulevard for I-95 northbound on-ramp. Upgrade the traffic signal at Rogers Clark Boulevard and I-95 northbound ramps. Construct a quadrant road with 1 westbound lane and 3 eastbound lanes, dual left turn lanes, and 1 right turn lane. Construct a northbound left turn lane for the site entrance on US 1 with 300 feet of storage. Construct southbound right turn lane for the site entrance on US 1 with 300 feet of storage. Install a conventional traffic signal at the site entrance on US Route 1. Construct a site driveway at US 1 with 1 ingress and 2 egress lanes. Construct a northbound left turn lane on US Route 1 with 300 feet of storage. Construct a quadrant road with 1 egress lane and 2 egress lanes at the site entrance on Jericho Road. The applicant proposes to make all improvements as required by the traffic impact analysis to mitigate the impacts from the proposed project in accordance with proffered triggers. Spine Road A is proposed to be constructed in phases as the project builds out. Spine Road provides an alternative to the Jericho Road Route 207 intersection for southbound Route 1 traffic. The applicant submitted a signal justification request to VDOT to allow a new traffic signal on US Route 1, which has received approval by VDOT. The traffic signal justification noted in the TIA is based from the full construction of Spine Road A, and therefore the signal may not be approved for installation until such time as construction of the road is complete. The applicant has proffered to request early installation of the traffic signal at the time of first site plan. Should the request be denied by VDOT, staff has identified a concern of development traffic exiting the site with northbound turning movements onto US Route 1 from dual left turn lanes without a traffic signal. The quadrant road will be designed with 1 ingress lane, 2 egress lanes from Jericho Road, and the quadrant road will be designed with 2 ingress and 3 egress lanes at the Route 1 entrance. The central portion of the quadrant road will be designed with 2 westbound lanes and 1 eastbound lane. The project will be served by public water, sewer, and electric utilities. Public utilities have provided comments that the site can be served by public water and sewer. However, since there are no proposed uses or structures with the dimensions at this time, public utilities cannot comment on the potential demand for water usage. On your screen is the Carmel Church Community Plan identifying the future land use. In 2024, the applicant submitted a comprehensive plan amendment to expand the Carmel Church growth area to the boundaries of parcels already within the growth area. Previous boundary of the growth area was Long Creek, which dissected the parcels. This request also changed the future land use designation of the subject properties in the Carmel Church Community Plan from rural transition to office industrial. The 2030 Caroline County Comprehensive Plan designates this area as office industrial within the Carmel Church Community Plan. This proposal intends to utilize the property for B1 commercial uses along the Route 1 and Jericho Road frontages and industrial use towards the interior. Development pattern on this portion of Route 207 has been consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan. Route 207 from Route 1 to Carmel Church Loop has developed with interstate retail uses and industrial complexes within Carmel Church. Carmel Church Station on the east side of Route 1 was approved in 2010 for development of a mixed-use community that includes residential, commercial, and industrial uses. Currently, a data center project is under construction on a portion of Carmel Church Station adjacent to the Flying J Truck Plaza. More recently, rezoning case RZ04-2025 was approved, allowing for Rappahannock Electric Corporate Office Campus within the northeast quadrant of the US Route 1 207 intersection, in close proximity to the project. The B1 and M1 uses are consistent with the comprehensive plan designation and the development patterns along the corridor. Caroline County is currently working on a smart scale application for improvements to the Route 207 Route 1 intersection that would add pedestrian accommodations and other roadway improvements. As noted, the applicant has proffered right-of-way dedication, turn lane installation, and shared use path construction along US Route 1, which complement the smart scale application and further goals identified in the comprehensive plan. As noted, the applicant has submitted proffers for the subject parcels. Proffer 1 commits to conformance with the GDP. Proffer 2 again commits to conformance with the GDP and lists restricted uses under the M1 and B1 designations. Some restricted uses contained within the B1 portion of the project are banks, restaurants, drugstores, medical office, and retail stores, which would be considered appropriate for the B1 designated area along US Route 1 frontage and desirable for economic development of the area. Proffer 3 commits to the aforementioned transportation improvements. As noted previously in the presentation, the applicant will request early signalization of the quadrant road at Route 1 with first site plan submitted with the project. Should this request be denied by VDOT, the egress of the project onto Route 1 would be an unsignalized left turn onto a 4-lane highway. The complete construction of the quadrant road is proffered to be completed within 5 years of commencement of construction of the quadrant road. Without the early authorization of the traffic signal installation, the project could function in this unsignalized manner for a period of 5 years. Proffer 4 commits to general building design. The proffer that commits to the general building design proffers pages 14 through 17 of the pattern book submitted in conjunction with the rezoning. This proffer is for general building designs and does not commit to materials or dimensions. Staff also notes that the pattern book is not proffered other than pages 14 through 17. Proffer 5 commits to an emergency action plan, construction mitigation plan, pavement repair, cultural resources study, and private trail, and cash proffers to the Career and Technical Center and the Musical Creations Foundation. That concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pennington. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Pennington?
I will eventually.
Okay. I have one right now, Mr. Pennington. So if I understood your presentation correctly, at this time, there is no plans for a data center.
Correct. So this rezoning would not approve any type of data center on the project. If a data center wished to locate on the project, then it would require a special exception permit that would then have to come through the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors for approval or denial.
Thank you.
Could the applicant proffer to not have data center use on the property?
That would be up to the applicant to restrict the use through a proffer.
Mr. Pennington, you and staff and your professional experience or position, what position do you all take on this? In support this project? In support?
The staff does not offer recommendations for approval or denial.
Okay.
Mr. Pennington, I saw a lot of instances in what we were giving in reference to not enough information. I know the fire and rescue commented that they didn't have enough information. The sheriff has traffic concerns, and I think there was some indications in your guys' reports that wasn't enough information, or with a lot of flexibility or leeway that was left there. So I guess my question is, have you guys been satisfied with your concerns from the applicant on the issues that you felt there was too much flexibility or not enough information?
So the statements regarding not enough information to provide comments from fire rescue and other agencies is based on the GDP being basically a bubble plan that doesn't show any type of improvements other than the spine roads. In a usual rezoning case, you'll see the interconnected roadways that'll serve lots along with building locations. And so fire rescue didn't have any roadways to comment on widths or access to buildings or things like that. So this is a GDP that only depicts the spine roads, and the applicant's planning on building it out as they generate users. And so as site plans came in, then things would be evaluated at that time on the site plans, such as roadway width, parking areas, fire rescue access.
Under the B1 limitations in the proffers, they seem, I don't quite understand. A lot of the B1 is along the Route 1 corridor, so really wouldn't generate any additional traffic on that spine road, would it?
So there's a right in, right out depicted on the GDP for Land Bay A. And so that traffic would come directly into the site there. But in order to exit the site, they could make a right onto Route 1 South. But if they wanted to travel on Route 1 North, they would have to utilize the spine road to either utilize the intersection where the signal will be on Route 1 or go north to Jericho Road to make a right to get to the 207 Jericho Road Route 1 intersection.
You're still only talking 50% at that point.
Depending
Roughly.
on
I
how,
mean,
yes.
north or south are your two choices, 50-50. Okay. I don't see like drugstores, florists. I don't know why they would be excluded from going in.
So that'd be a question for the applicant as to why they proffered out those, why they restricted those uses.
I had, on the water demand, there was notation in here about due to no proposed usage. So, and there was some concern, because water is a problem everywhere in Caroline. So what happens once the usage is defined? What will the county do if they see that we can't support?
So that would be an evaluation by utilities at the time of site plan when the user is generated, and it can be further evaluated.
Go ahead, Carol.
Mr. Pennington, do we have the numbers right now of how much land we already have zoned for industrial that's not being used?
Currently zoned for industrial vacant land with no contracts or applicants on them is 762 acres.
So little under 1,000. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Pennington, when do we speak to the proffer specifically? At this point or after the
Yeah,
applicants?
if you have any questions for me on the proffers or if they're for the applicant, you can address them.
Okay. Well, it was brought up by Mr. Tingler also on proffer 2, land use B, permitted uses, section II. It seems like all the uses excluded in the B1 portion of the property are actually in an excellent location or for many of the businesses that are actually needed by our community to make it thrive. Is there a specific reason for this? Is it they don't want as much traffic? And below that, they want to keep the traffic below that 14,778. But I don't accept this proffer.
So the response that we got was based on the 14,778 number to keep the trips under 14,778. But that would be a question for the applicant as to the purpose of restriction of the proffers.
You mentioned data centers are a exception on this, but in their packet, one of the very first things they put on their photos is an architectural data center, which causes a lot of concern that it's just lining up for that as opposed to other potential options. Is there anything that can be done to alleviate that concern, either by staff or the applicant?
So again, it remains a special exception use, and so should the rezoning be approved, it would have to go through the special exception process and receive a second approval by the Board of Supervisors for any data center to locate there. The architectural renderings in the packet are of different industrial buildings, just the types of buildings that you may see in the industrial park. Again, it would be up to the applicant to proffer any type of restriction on uses.
They seem to have a lot of other restrictions that they were already put in. It would seem interesting that that one is not one of them.
Mr. Pennington, there's also a proffer about Spine Road A being built into like 3 different sections. I feel like it should all be constructed at once. It seems like if they build it in segments, it could be 5 years without a signal at Route 1, creating unsafe conditions. Is there any way to change the proffer to have it all done at once, or?
That would be a question for the applicant, but you are correct. As it is currently written, it would be phased depending on where the first building is constructed at as to what portions they have to construct. But there is that they commit to the full construction of the Quadrant Road within 5 years of commencing construction.
Anybody else have the question for Mr. Pennington? Thank you, Mr. Pennington. We will be done with you. Okay, Mr. Payne. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Vic Murthy. I'm working with Luck Companies, and I'm just going to give a quick, brief review of our company and the story behind how this project came to be. So good evening, Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, and county staff, and the public. Again, my name is Vic Murthy. I'm a land use manager with Luck Companies, Luck Stone. I've been with the company for about 12 years now, and in addition to myself, we also have John Riley, and of course, Mr. Payne. I'd like to publicly thank county staff for their time, feedback, and professionalism over the last several years that we've been working with them. Briefly about Luck, I know most of you already know who Luck is. We're a 4th generation Virginia company, family owned, and we just hit 103 years old. We're headquartered here in Virginia in Goochland County. One quick note, as we hit our century history, we realized that before Luck Stone, the family were road contractors, and they actually constructed portions of Route 1 in Hanover, Caroline, and Spotsylvania. People are our purpose. We believe in investment with intentionality and developing deep, long-term, lasting relationships with individuals and communities. I hope you hear some of that tonight. Personally, it's why I love working for Luck. Our history in Caroline. We've been operating our sand and gravel operation just down the road here for a little over 20 years. We've also owned this Carmel Church property for about the same time. And over those years, we've been active community members. We've partnered with groups such as Caroline's Promise, Habitat for Humanity, the local schools and churches, and the Little League. And most importantly, many of my colleagues live and work in Caroline. And are supported by our company to be part of their community. How this application got started, about 7 or 8 years ago, I received a call from Gary Wilson about an opportunity for a warehouse distribution center. But at that time, we weren't ready. The property didn't have zoning. We didn't have a plan. We hadn't engaged the community. And so we took a pass. That project was Wegmans that eventually ended up in Hanover. Since that time, we've been working with the community and our neighbors. The Carmel School, Oxford Mount Zion, Jericho Baptist, Carmel Church, and of course the Carmel School, county leadership, economic development to help shape a vision for this. We didn't want to just jump in and build one pad. It's a large piece of property. It's going to take time to develop, and we wanted to find a structure that could help build it together. So we use that community feedback to influence things such as buffering, transportation improvements, inclusion of trails, preservation of historical and cultural spaces, partnerships with churches, school support, and community investment. what this, and I think Mr. Pennington's already said it, what this application is not, it is not an approval for a data center, and would require its own separate application. Although when we started this process, data centers were by right within the M1 zoning, and that has changed, and we have removed that from our application, and we can address the comments that were made with Mr. Payne. But this application is for a master planned industrial park with M1 zoning. There is a need for large pads. I think we've seen it with the Trader Joe's site, 1 million square feet plus, and that there's very limited, not just in Caroline, throughout the entire state. And this is an opportunity to capture that for not just for Caroline, but also for the state of Virginia. As Mr. Pennington said, in 2024, we did receive approval for a comp plan amendment, adding this property to the long-term economic development growth area. And that, of course, that answered where this should go. But tonight, we'd like to work with you to understand how this could be developed. And most importantly, we're committed to finding the right users, because even after zoning is approved, hopefully approved, this will remain a long-term investment for our company, and we're going to be here with it. In closing, we are committed to supporting the Caroline County's long-term vision for responsible economic development, and we're committed to continue to listen and work alongside the community. I thank you for your time, and I'll now hand the mic off to Mr. Payne. Thank you.
Thank you, Vic. Mr. Chairman, other members of the Planning Commission, my name is Charlie Payne. When people say it's Mr. Payne, I feel like I'm the old guy in the group. But it's always a pleasure to be in Caroline County. It's always a pleasure to be in this building. This building is a great community center, especially when Summer League basketball is going on. It's pretty cool. It brings back the good old days. So it's always a pleasure to be here, and thank you. I do have the clicker here, so I'm going to go through some of the details of the application. Then I'll answer any questions you may have. I also, Mr. Chairman, I was just told informed this evening, that you guys don't have the current version of the proffers, which were comments we received from staff in early July. I think the proffers were sent back in a little late, and my understanding is you don't have them. So at some point in time, I'd like to be able to walk through those changes. They're not material, but just some additional comments and edits that the staff advised us to make. So, and I appreciate your time on that. So just real quick, Vic has introduced the Luck Companies, which is obviously a very important corporate citizen here in Caroline County. Staff has gone through the 16 parcels. It's over 1,100 acres of land. You know where it's located. It touches Jericho to the north, to the east, Rogers Clark Boulevard and Route 1. Currently, the parcels are zoned RP. The future land use is office and industrial within the Carmel growth area. You may recall the comp plan amendment that occurred in 2025, I believe early 2025, which I believe this planning commission approved. The request is a rezoning from RP to M1 consistent with the comprehensive plan. And I know staff had noted we don't show any buildings and any square footage of buildings, but the proffers do include 5.63 million square feet of building space. We are asking for flexibility. We think it puts the county in a better economic development opportunity position, and we do know this is a very attractive site for investors. Economic development, very important. This project will generate 1,890 full-time jobs. That doesn't count the construction jobs, which sometimes we forget are very important to the community. About $106 million in wages and benefits, $434 million in economic output. All of this at full build-out. The annual projected tax revenue for the county at full build-out is $15 million. So this is a significant project. Here's the GDP that shows the various different land bays. There's 11 land bays. Staff talked about the swap with the Carmel School site. You see the Spine Road A that connects Jericho to Route 1, and also Spine Road B, which connects to the other parcels and land bays. B will be private, and the Quadrant Road would be public. And I'll get into a little more details regarding timing of construction and why. The B1 parcels will be along Route 1. And just as a reminder, the B1 parcels under an M1 zoning are allowed, but they must be compatible. Also note that this is going to be a heavy traffic generator with over 5 million square feet, 5.8 million square feet. We're trying not to put too much pressure on Route 1 and Jericho with additional retail that generates a lot of traffic, additional traffic. Again, the vehicle trips cannot exceed 14,778. That was important and relevant to our TIA. Building features have been proffered in our pattern book, as staff noted. There will be an emergency action plan. We'll be working with fire and rescue on that plan at each site plan stage. Construction mitigation plan, very important to the community. You know, when a construction trucks show up, AM and PM peak hour period control, traffic controls, ensuring that we're not bringing in heavy equipment and heavy construction activity when school buses are on the road, et cetera. Also, there's a proffer for any damages to pavement during construction. Our plan is to have all construction entrances along Route 1 and not Jericho or any other road that we touch. And we will complete the Phase 1B before the first land disturbance permit is issued, which is also proffered. So what are the initial transportation improvements? We are dedicating variable width public right-of-way along US 1. I think it's about 110 feet in total. Remember, it goes to 110 feet in total. Remember, this is consistent with your smart scale applications that you have. So this will help support that. Prior to the issuance of a building permit for the first building constructed on the property, we will construct a portion of the quadrant road and also include a 10-foot shared use path, which will also be built on Route 1, also in accordance with your smart scale plans. That quadrant road at the entrance will have 3 eastbound lanes and 2 left turn lanes, and one, which will be 2 left turn lanes and 1 right turn lane at those entrance. At the intersection of US 1 and Route 1, construct a northbound left turn lane on US 1, 300 feet of storage, and again, construct a southbound right turn lane. All of these improvements that you're going to see that are in the proffers, roughly about $30 million in total cost today. Again, initial transportation improvements, again, prior to the first CO, we'll be building improvements at US 1 and Rogers Clark Boulevard and Jericho Road. Again, constructing a westbound right turn lane at Rogers Clark, again, consistent with your smart scale planning, and construct a second westbound left turn lane at Rogers Clark Boulevard. Prior to the issuance of the CO for the first building constructed, again, the following improvements will be made at the same intersection. We'll restripe the outside northbound through lane at Route 1 and also upgrade the traffic signals and timings. Again, lots of traffic improvements. Prior to the issuance of the CO, buildings that would result in cumulative building square footage over 250,000 square feet will finish that 10-foot wide shared use path, again, consistent with your smart scale applications, and also construct the remaining portion of the quadrant road no later than 5 years after initial construction of the first phase. That was important, I know, to staff and the county leadership to ensure there would be a drop dead date as to when that quadrant road would be built. Remember, we're building out this project in phases based on the market. So the faster the market is to the site, the faster we build the infrastructure improvements. To build that infrastructure all up front, it's just simply not feasible from a finance perspective. We have a lot of carrying costs. It just wouldn't be feasible without having the users in play. Once you have the users in play, you can move quick. Remaining transportation improvements, again, the intersection of Rogers Clark Boulevard and I-95 north ramps. Again, we're touching this entire region in regards to improvement, including the I-95 ramps. And we'll be upgrading the traffic signal heads and timings at Rogers Clark, which again, also is part of Smart Scale. The installation of the traffic signal, I know this has been debated quite a bit as to when it's going to happen. Each time we submit a site plan, we're going to ask VDOT to warrant the light. And here's the intersection and what it will look like at Route 1 in the quadrant road. So each time, every site plan, first building, second building, third land bay, whatever it is, we're going to ask VDOT to warrant the light. Again, we don't control when the light is constructed. That's up to VDOT. VDOT would have to approve that. And that's what we're trying to point out here. Again, additional improvements at the Quadrant Road and Jericho Road. We will be making improvements there. There's not in our traffic study, there's not a lot of traffic coming that way. But we will construct the Quadrant Road with 1 southbound lane and 2 northbound lanes and construct a westbound left turn lane on Jericho. Land Bay A, improvements again, we'll be constructing northbound most site driveway along US 1 with 1 ingress and 1 egress, right in, right out movements, and construct a southbound right turn lane as well. Both on the private roads and the Spine Road B, again, all private roads will be constructed in accordance with VDOT specifications. again, which will address the fire department's concerns about access. All those things have to follow county ordinance. And as you know, private roads in Caroline County are built to VDOT specs. And we have restricted access proffered as well. No vehicular access on Oxford Road and Land Bay A to have no more than 2 entrances along Spine Road A, and Land Bay B limited to no more than 1 entrance. Again, there'll be additional access points for each one of these land bays. Other proffers include construction of approximately 5-mile long walking trail on the property. That's got to happen before the first CO. We'll be paying the county $75,000 in support of CTE training. I know that's important in the county. That'll be paid before the first CO. In fact, I think that's being paid before the first building permit. Same with the $25,000 proffer for county's music and educational support. We know the Musical Creation Foundation is very much involved in music education in the county. That'll be paid before the first building permit. And then we'll pay $50,000 to support the light installation at Rogers Clark and 95 southbound ramp. Here real quickly shows the Spine Road location and layout of the project. To the left, you'll see the HCOD buffers that will be included as part of the project, and you see the signal at the intersection of Route 1 and the Quadrant Road. And here, this is in our pattern book, which we have proffer sheets 11 through 17. These are a depiction of what we believe the office and warehouse and storage and industrial buildings will be. Again, we are foreseeing this as a very high quality, high level industrial park. As staff had noted, there is limited industrial space in Caroline County. This will add to that inventory. It will have a significant impact, I believe, on the economic development and new job creation in the county. It won't have impacts on schools. It won't have impacts on parks. But this project will more than pay for itself and generate a positive return for the county. And Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a special favor, if I could go through the proffers. Of course, I'll answer some questions first, but just get through some of the highlights of the changes. I promise you they're not material, just sort of touch-up work that staff asked us to do. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you. And you guys have your packet, and I think Craig, remind me, their dated proffers are May 13th. Okay, and you don't have the copies of what are dated as July 6th on our proffer statement, which was, and I apologize to the county, I just learned today wasn't submitted till July 14th. That's what happens when you go on vacation, Mr. Young. 30 years of practice. I've never been on a week-long vacation, and I finally did it, and look what happened. We missed a proffer deadline, so my apologies for that. Again, there's some minor changes, and I'll go through them real quick. On page 3, under section 3B as in boy, towards the end, we've added after the TIA and as depicted on the GDP, as may be modified or refined through review and approval of applicable engineering construction plans by the county and or VDOT. And notwithstanding anything to the contrary, moving on to top of page 4, in the TIA or the GDP, the applicant shall not convert Jericho Road to a one-way traffic operation. That was very important to the county and very important to VDOT. Keep it two-way. So we proffered that. Going down a little bit further into subsection 2, C2, it says prior to the county's issuance of a building permit for the first building constructed on the property, will make these improvements versus the first CO. So we're moving up the timeline to make the construction improvements of Spine Road A. You'll see that under C2. Under C3, Roman numeral 3, again, we moved up timing. Prior to the county's issuance of a certificate of occupancy permit for the first building constructed on the property, we'll make those improvements under subsection 3, which is at the intersection of US 1 and Rogers Clark Boulevard and Jericho Road, construct a westbound right turn lane on Rogers Clark with 400 feet of storage to accommodate traffic turning northbound on 1. Again, staff wanted to see that sooner, not later, so we do it before the first CO. Moving on to the next material change, goes to subsection 5, Roman numeral 5. The applicant will construct the remaining portion of the Quadrant Road to Jericho Road for acceptance into the VDOT secondary system. So the key there is, we said we would build the Quadrant Road no later than 5 years after we build the first phase of the Quadrant Road. County staff wanted to make sure that it would be built to VDOT specs so that VDOT could accept it into its secondary system, not just have a private road sticking out there, make sure it's built so that VDOT could accept it. So we did that. We also added a proffer on page 6, under section 2, Roman numeral 2, that says at the end, this is in reference to the $50,000 donation prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy permit for the first building, that we will pay towards the traffic light improvements at Rogers Clark and I-95 southbound ramp. The county, what we said was the county can use it for that purpose because it is supposed to be built by somebody else, or they can use that $50,000 for other purposes in the county. So it gave some flexibility there. And then under traffic signal section, Roman numeral I-1, the material piece there that says, prior to the county's approval of the first site plan submitted for this project, the applicant will submit and request a supporting justification to VDOT seeking approval to install the traffic signal. And what we did in that section was if VDOT rejects it, it gives us some flexibility to keep asking VDOT for that justification. And then it also allows us to move forward with the project so you don't have a stale project. If I got a user and VDOT's not approving a signal, I don't think we want our user to go away. And then also another material change is on page 7 under section 2, subsection 2. It says, notwithstanding the foregoing, the county may approve subsequent site plans and issue COs if the traffic signal, again, is not warranted at such time as determined by VDOT. Again, giving us some flexibility to continue to move forward with our economic development project until we get that signal warrant. Now, I can't promise you when VDOT will approve that signal warrant because it's based on our traffic and background traffic. If today's background traffic was enough to signal the warrant, it wouldn't be an issue, but it's not. So it depends on our project building out as quickly as we can. We're anticipating when we get to roughly 55% of our project, that warrant's likely going to trip. So we're not anticipating, and we're going to change our proffer again before we get to the board. We're not anticipating getting to 14,778 trips. That's just not going to happen. We think it's going to happen way before then. So we'll make sure we clarify that as well in the proffers. Staff also asked us to take a look at subsection H on page 8. Private roads and spine roads, making sure that they're built to VDOT specifications, and also restricting the access, which I just was in the proffer statement, restricting access to Oxford Road, and then Land Bay A will be limited to no more than 2 entrances along Spine Road A. Same with Land Bay B, only having 1 entrance, and then nothing here should prohibit the limited access on Land Base A or B from other internal roads, meaning we can have interparcel road connections, which is what you want, especially for fire and rescue. In the construction mitigation plan section, this is going to be done prior to the county's approval of each site plan stage. So each site plan stage, not just the initial one, the construction mitigation plan has to happen. So we come in for the first site plan, construction mitigation plan 1. Come in for the second site plan, construction mitigation 2. So you're learning as the project's being built out. The second mitigation plan may require, additional efforts and additional requirements. And then the same thing when we submit the third site plan. We have to do another construction mitigation plan. And again, I think that's to ensure that lessons learned and we're not missing anything as the project is building out. And Mr. Chairman, those are the material changes. Again, when I say that, I think they actually make the proffer statement stronger. In regard, I'm happy and appreciate the additional time to explain that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Has anybody got any questions for Mr. Payne? Go ahead, Steve. Roll.
I guess my first question is this the first venture for Luckstone of this nature as far as this concept?
I'll let them answer that question.
No, sir. I would say my name's John Riley, by the way. I'm the general manager of Luck Real Estate Ventures. I'd say no. I mean, we're in the industrial business. We've got 32 operating quarry locations across 4 states. We have also done a number of industrial development projects, Hampton Roads, Spotsylvania, Rockville and the Goochland area. So, we're familiar with these projects. I will say this is a large scale project. And we do expect it to build out over a number of years. But I'd say we're very familiar with this style of development.
So the one in Spotsylvania, where is that at?
That is part of if you're familiar with where the Spotsylvania County School Board is, we built that building. We also built the building next to it.
So in the original inception of that, if you guys met your goals as far as what you anticipated when you first?
I think you're asking about the Nye Village project and perhaps why the Nye Village project hasn't developed. And I think that's a valid question. I think that project was one that was approved, and I don't know that it's necessarily relevant. It's a very different project than what we're talking about tonight. It's a mixed use project, had almost 1,000 residential units within it, as well as office and industrial uses that were proposed. That project was approved in 2011. The housing market in Spotsylvania and the entire region at that time certainly did not support the addition of 950 additional residential units. We've been working through that process since then, but that's the primary reason why that project hasn't developed. Not because if that project had been zoned industrial from its inception, it would have it would be built and done at this point.
Okay, on the drawings, there are stated 2 possible cemetery sites and 1 for sure site. What are you guys going to do to preserve, or who is responsible for that area where the cemetery sites are located, locations are at? How is that going to be handled?
Mr. Rollins, I just wanted to confirm, those cemetery sites will stay in place, and under Virginia law, they must be buffered and families must have access to them. So that will be the case with that. And if I could also bounce back real quick, sorry. When you have large scale development projects like this, remember, even though the master developer will be Luckstone, you'll have other investors come in and take on the land base and build their investment, build their industrial buildings, and they'll be part of the park. So it's not just Luckstone. We'll be partnering with other high-level industrial developers as the park's being built out. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And that is a typical model. That is not an atypical model. And they, of course, will be encumbered by the proffers. The proffers will run with the land. So those investors will have to follow the proffer requirements.
As far as the archaeological and cultural historical sites that supposedly are on that property, have any studies been done on what they are and what you need to do with those?
Right. Yes, sir. We did a phase 1A, and then the proffers require us to do a phase 1B before any land disturbance permit is issued. Any early grading permit, anything of that nature. So we'll finish our phase 1B. There's one site. It's the Quarles House that was identified as potentially being qualified for the National Register. So when we submit our 1B, it will close that out one way or the other, whether it's got to be preserved in place, whether it's relevant for purposes of the National Register, meaning will qualify. But it was only one site. And I did recall seeing some comments about the Civil War activity on the site as part of our phase 1B, and it's in a draft stage now that I reviewed yesterday. There was no material Civil War activity on this site, although in the surrounding areas there were some activity. So we're not anticipating there being any sort of Civil War National Register qualifications whatsoever.
So what are the chances that a major distribution center could come to that location? Is there a possibility that could happen?
I think given its close given the site's close proximity to not only Route 1, but also the I-95 interchange. I think there's a good possibility of that.
So is that in the projection of the 14,000
Yes, sir.
number that you
Yes, sir.
presented? That's included in that number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on, I don't know if we can pull the map back up, but there was off of Route 1. I kind of want you to walk me through that right hand in, right hand out from Bay 1, Land Bay 1, and I mean, let's see.
This map or this? Am I going too fast? I'm sorry.
I want to see that one.
Okay.
So somewhere between Land Bay A and C, that's supposed to be a right in and a right out of Route 1.
Yes.
Okay, so what traffic would be using, so if there was a distribution center going into, well, they wouldn't use that right in, right out to get back
That's right.
into the other areas.
That's right.
That
They're-
would just be for A and
Right.
Bay and C.
That'll be utilized for the B1 uses mainly. Any sort of industrial traffic we're anticipating, especially based on our transportation impact analysis and the improvements we're making, is going to be at the entrance of the Quadrant Road and Route 1.
So they could not. So coming in on that for Route 1, they couldn't get to the Quadrant. Could they get to the Quadrant Road?
You mean coming in through the B1
Yes.
area?
Yes. Would they be able to get onto the Quadrant Road?
And cross over into the Quadrant Road? He's asking whether or not. He's asking if they were coming right in, right out on the B1, could they get to the Quadrant Road without coming to the light? That's what he's asking. Yeah.
I don't know if the internal roads would work. That would be the plan.
Yeah, so to answer your question, we think most of the industrial traffic is going to go to the light. But two, there will be interparcel connections, to answer your question, between the B1 and the Quadrant Road. That's the reason why the ordinance requires under M1 for the B1 uses to be compatible. That is one of the main reasons, because they will have shared traffic.
Okay. And I want to, I know you guys profit a lot of stuff, and I just want to make a comment. A lot of those usages that you profit out, like retail grocery stores and stuff like that, in that general area, I mean, in my opinion, that's a prime location, especially with Belmont, right up the street from there versus folks going to Ladysmith or whatever to go to a grocery store. I don't know if that's an opportunity being missed or not, but I guess did you have any community meetings with anybody in that area?
Yes.
other than the school and the church? Was other people in the public invited to?
It was open to, the community meetings were all open to the public.
We invited everybody.
And to answer your question on the retail, it's a fair question. What we struggle with is the more intense retail will pump up the traffic significantly. So you're going to almost be choking. What we think is a key to the industrial park is that entrance at Route 1. Don't forget, Route 207 is also prime for retail opportunities, and so is north of us and south of us. Our main focus on this project, but for the requirements under the ordinance, is this industrial park.
Okay. All right, and I've received a lot of information from some of the community people in the community. So after public comments, I might have some more things to say after public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rollins.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. So I'm looking at all of the uses that aren't permitted, and I'm gonna beat the same drum that Mr. Rollins beat and Mr. Young. So if animal hospitals, commercial kennels, I mean, you said distribution centers, but here it says a distribution center is not gonna be allowed in an M1.
No, a distribution center would be allowed in M1.
It says, except the following uses will be prohibited on the property. Animal hospitals, commercial kennel.
Right. Yeah, so those uses are permitted, are prohibited, I'm sorry.
Prohibited,
Right.
which includes a distribution facility.
It's not listed, distribution is not listed under a prohibition.
Am I reading it?
What we have listed, Mr. Williams, is animal hospital, commercial kennel, cabinet furniture, upholstery shops, coal, wood, lumber yard, sawmills, ice manufacture, storage, and distribution facilities. Is that your question? That's related to those uses.
Heights.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. Yeah. Warehouse, office, distribution, flex office, R&D, manufacturing is what we're focusing on.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
but no data center.
No data center, right? That would require a separate application. As you know, the board passed an ordinance in December of 2024, I believe, that permitted by right uses of data center under M1.
Me?
Good.
Yes, I would like to know the location of some things on this map. Do you have the little laser pointer, Mr. Payne? It's not working? Well, you can give me a general idea. So that's the only stoplight, correct?
Oh, here you go.
All righty.
Stoplight right here.
Okay. And then one up that's already
Here?
in existence.
I'm sorry.
There's two
Right.
stoplights on Route
Yes,
1.
ma'am. Yeah.
And
So,
power lines.
yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, I've been in this area, but it's been a couple months.
Okay.
Where the location of the power lines that are going to serve this facility, this park, industrial park, where the power lines.
I'm not sure where they're coming in. Do we know from where? There's
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got to make sure that it's the right, because there's, been concerns about citizens having their electric bill going up because they have to pay for power lines to go into certain facilities. So, I'd like to, know where the power lines are.
Well, I'm not sure where REC is bringing it in, but it's distribution. Remember, it's not transmission that's coming in. It's only
Yeah.
distribution lines that are coming
I
in.
don't think there's the big
No
lines over
substations,
there.
no,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so it would, and typically how REC works is it would be wherever the closest three-phase is, they'll bring it from there into, so they don't have to get additional right-of-way. They'll bring it in from the closest three-phase into the site.
Of course, if, there's an application made for a data center, it's going to have to be,
Oh,
bigger
it would
distribution
require
lines.
transmission
Yeah.
and substations, right?
yeah, which is not there right now.
And I didn't answer your question here. And I know you said there's a light here. There will be a light here.
Yeah.
We did get an SJR for it. So VDOT did approve the signal justification. It just now has to warrant, meaning you have to hit enough traffic trips in order to install the light. But VDOT did say there's enough spacing between the light that's to our north and that location to put a light.
Okay, and where are the school and church located in
The
reference?
school's here and we're swapping this land right here.
Okay,
And they're giving us J. Huh? Lower? I'm sorry. That one, right here. I'm sorry. Which is G, I think it's G.
so the school's still planning to, I
It's-
mean, we did get some,
It's expanding.
information from the school, but it's still going to remain near Jericho Road.
Yes, ma'am. And they're, right, and they'll have access to this road here. And you're right, the chairman of the school did send a letter of support.
And the church is located
to the, you know, the church is
Carmel Baptist, not
right in the corner,
that's Carmel Baptist,
right here.
comes south. Oh, a little bit more, right there, that's-
Oxford's right there.
Okay, there's only one church in the area?
Two.
Okay. So one, that one on Route 1,
There's this one. Oh, I lost my. Here, it's down on me. North, south, and where's the third? I'm sorry. Oh, over here? West?
yeah, I think there's
I
one
can't,
out
I'm
west
sorry.
of it.
It's dying on me. So there's three churches in the immediate area.
And the location of, you talked about a couple different paths, the shared use path, that's
Uh-huh.
like the bike, and
Yes, ma'am.
that's the one near Route 1?
It'll run along Route 1, and our improvements along Route 1 will be 10 feet wide. And then also the Spine Road A will have a 10-foot wide shared use path
Okay,
connecting Jericho to 1.
but there's a different hiking path you're talking about?
Yeah, there's a 5-mile hiking path. I don't think we show it on here, do we? I think,
Because that would be good. Employees have to have
Yeah.
some place to.
yeah, it'll follow the wetland corridors, John just noted.
And no residential
No, ma'am.
in this. And how many acres of woods right now?
I don't know the answer to that. We have 1,100 acres total. I don't know how much is under cover now. Do we know? We're not sure with it. What's undeveloped? Yeah.
And let's see, I think this is my last question for now. You were estimating some years of build out.
10. Roughly
10
10.
for the total?
Roughly 10 years.
Okay, that's all I have for
I mean,
now.
it's a big project, over 5.8 million square feet. That's going to take a while to build out.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Payne,
Yes, sir.
first of all, thank you for bringing this project before us. I see that you are partnering with a lot of individuals or a lot of entities in the county.
Right.
Okay. One of the things that I'm a big proponent of is making sure that everybody get an opportunity to be a part of what you're doing. Again, you may have heard earlier when I mentioned with the other development, I want to be able to sleep at night. I want our citizens to sleep at night, to know that the burden is not on them. One of the main things that I'm concerned about, and maybe you all can talk to me about workforce development. One of the things I would like to see, I'm not asking that you do it, but I am asking that you consider it.
Yeah.
Is putting together some training programs for our citizens. People here don't have jobs or don't or have to travel outside the areas for jobs. If there could be some type of training program to get these individuals certifications that don't have them. Therefore, when your project is gone, they'll have an opportunity to work on other projects.
Right.
As well as the warehouses that will be placed here. I know we're going automated, so a lot of these warehouses, we would like to make sure that they're not totally worked by robots,
Right.
but would have individuals that are trained to work in those warehouses. What's your take on that, sir?
Yeah, I think that's a really good comment. And one, for being someone whose family's been here since the early 1700s, I know how important it is to not only support our communities, but for people to stay in place so we don't lose our kids. They don't we educate them and they go away and they never come back. We want them to stay. We want them to be opportunities here. You know, our economic development analysis is showing 1,890 permanent jobs. That's just permanent jobs on site. That doesn't even talk about the construction jobs, right? As you also know, we have proffered $75,000 towards CTE to help the school system in training. A project of this nature is not going to be successful if it has to import employees. It's going to need to have that organically. It's going to need to happen on site and in the county or nearby. Of course, we're going to have various different users come in with various different types of companies and very different types of programs, whether they use robotics or other, I'm not sure at this stage. But you do have some examples here in the county already with some of the warehouse and distribution centers. You know, some robotic, but most of it is you know, human beings working with their hands from in the warehouse and logistics, or also managing or part of the logistics services as well. So to answer your question, a project of this nature is going to require local employees, which the employers are going to have to go to the next step of making sure they're trained and making sure there's internships, there's job fairs, there's all kinds of various menu of opportunities that will happen.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Your investments into the county outside of tax base, would that be recurring investments or one-time investments?
Well, a long-time commercial citizen Luckstone is in the county. They continue to support the county from Little League to community services. I'm sure they'll continue to do that with a project of this nature. This will ensure them anchoring for a really long time in Caroline County. And I'll let you guys speak to any sort of additional community engagement and services, but I think you'll already see, to your point of ensuring that everyone in the community has an opportunity to be successful here. Well, we're going to create jobs. That's one piece. We're going to create tax revenue. That's another piece, right? Our neighbors are going to benefit from this project, and we wanted to make sure that our neighbors benefited from this project with community investments with our neighbors, expansion of the Kernville School, working with the local churches. And you know, and a lot of folks that go, well, you got to build those roads anyways for your project. A lot of these road improvements are regional. They're not just for this project. So, and the county has smart scale projects it's applied for. This project is going to help enhance those projects. You know, I'm very familiar with how competitive these smart scale projects are. A project of this nature is just going to lift up your opportunities for those kind of things. So to us, I see this as a wide web of community benefits.
And we certainly appreciate that part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Payne?
May I?
Go, please.
Hi, Mr. Payne.
Hi, Ms.
Good
Hodges. How are
evening.
you?
I do have several questions relating to the proffers. One we've been talking about as, you know, the excluded permitted uses in the B1 areas. And these are industries that, or businesses that our community needs, that will make local residents money, and not your company. Because these are needed to make our community thrive, not your development. And I just feel like you're prohibiting, because you're proffering to commit the vehicle trips under that 1,500 trips. And I just feel like there's enough tractor trailer traffic on the 207 corridor, which is already a divided highway. And in my opinion, we already have our industrial area there. So industrial traffic should be confined to this area and not west of Route 1. I feel like there's too many turns involved, coming off of 207, turn onto Route 1, onto your new spine road. I just feel like it's destined to that quadrant, Jericho Road, Quadrant Road to Route 1. It's destined to become like a dangerous loop there.
So, and I appreciate it. One, there's limited space, quite honestly, on the eastern side of I-95 interchange in regards to new industrial, and then you bump into comp plan issues. The county recently changed the comp plan to encourage industrial investment here. That's what we're doing on the western side. So we're kind of breaking up that traffic, if you will, in regards to access to the interchange and Route 1, mostly the access to the interchange. The comprehensive plan encourages, business and industrial. This is an industrial project. Like I said, but for the ordinance requiring us to have, no more, 30% of land area to be also B1, no more than 100 acres, we're at that cap because the project is so large. But those uses must be compatible. And increasing the traffic on this corridor to a point that really harms the industrial project just didn't make a whole lot of sense to include those higher retail, restaurant, convenience store type of uses. So, we limited to uses we thought were more compatible. That's why we did it. I mean, so we did not want to harm the industrial project, which quite honestly, you can get bigger bang for your buck on the industrial project than you are on the B1.
But this property is zoned RP, and it's our prerogative to grant the rezoning to industrial.
Right. Well,
So-
that is 100% true, but your comprehensive plan is where you start, right? We wouldn't even be here but for the fact that comprehensive plan encourages an industrial use on this site.
No, And I also have questions about the proffer for the completion of that Spine Road
Yes,
A.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't feel like that's acceptable, that it should be completed all at once and not in segments, given 5 years.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we want a viable project. And if you expend capital expenditures, building infrastructure, and you have no users, you're not going to have a very successful project.
Well,
So
can you
what-
give us some examples of some of the projected users? We don't have any of those. You
Well,
said it's
again,
not data centers. What,
yeah, it's not going to be data center. It's going to be an industrial. We anticipate this, envisioning this to be your typical industrial park where you're going to have logistics and distribution and warehousing and manufacturing, R&D, offices, flex office, all of which we think is actually the market is asking for. I mean,
do you have any potential tenants?
not that we can disclose. But we are talking to a lot of people, and we're also talking to the state. Virginia Economic Development Partnership sees this as a major opportunity in this corridor for not only the Commonwealth, but for Caroline County.
Under proper 3, under transportation, letter E, traffic signal.
Yes, ma'am.
So this proffer does not commit to the installation of the Route 1 traffic signal until the supposed full build-out traffic volume.
Yeah, it's a fair point. So the proffers also state that with each site plan, we're going to ask for VDOT to justify the warrant. So every time we submit a site plan for every land bay, or for, if the land bays are subdivided. So for every new use that we don't have a site plan already approved for, we're going to ask VDOT to approve that warrant. Each time we submit a site plan, that's in our proffers. That is a little confusing. Before we get any further to the board, we're going to fix that cap because it makes it look like we're not going to do it till we get to 1477.8, and that's not consistent with the proffer. So we'll clarify that going forward.
Okay.
But that's a good point. Thank you.
Under proffer, also proffer 3, transportation, letter I, restricted access. The project shall not include a vehicular access to Oxford Road. Is there any way to get a deed restriction for the pieces of property that touch Oxford Road, inhibiting any entrance or exit from your property onto Oxford Road? Because a deed restriction cannot be changed like a proffers can.
Well, we'll look into that, but they can't violate the proffers. Like, to your point, they could come in and get a proffer amendment, but the proffers run with the land. They encumber the land like a restriction, and they're of record. So, and Planning Commission and the board have the authority to reject any sort of adjustment to a proffer amendment that would violate this proffer. So, yep.
One other comment to that is that the only connection, potential connection to Oxford Road would be from Land Bay F, which is the very southern portion of the site. And I think if it was if it was of the commission's opinion, I mean we wouldn't have any problem restricting or even potentially removing that portion of the property from the industrial zoning and just leave it as RP. We wouldn't have any issue doing that. That's really not a, it's got the, the stream corridor running through there. It's not appropriate to cross that. And we're not, we wouldn't have any plans to develop that in any, with any sorts of industrial use. So we could remove that. And that's the only connection of the project to Oxford Road.
Okay.
And we just leave it undisturbed.
Okay. There's also a second, that emergency access point on Route 1. Can you define what that is, or who would be using it?
Only
Onto Zion Road?
Only only fire and rescue would be using it, and it'd be a Knox box for them to have access. So that is the only user for emergency access, is your fire department and your first responders.
The proffer for the $50,000 for the light, how much does a light cost?
That's a contribution towards the light, because there's others that are supposed to finish that light. Correct me. You're not, because where's Leon's not here. It's my understanding that that's a contribution towards it, right? Do you know, Carl? Because it states that in the staff report. That's why I was wondering where the other. Do you know?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any other contributions towards that light, but that would be a contribution towards the light, as VDOT states that light is already warranted at that intersection.
Okay.
My apologies. I thought I read in the staff report that there were others contributing to that light. So my apologies. So that's our contribution toward, based on our traffic pro rata volume for that.
But how much does a light cost? I don't know.
Typically, it could run
200,000?
anywhere 700,000 plus.
Oh, so just $50,000?
And that's based on our pro rata contribution to that intersection.
Okay. All right. I'm also going through all your other miscellaneous addition, proffers. But I have a question about proffer VG. It states that the applicant will pay $25,000 to the county in support of to the Musical Creations Foundation Incorporated. So when I looked that up, I wondered, at first I thought maybe you were going to, start a symphony in our in our community.
I'm not musically inclined.
Well, we could use one, but I looked it up and I was quite surprised to see that the entity is an LLC owned by our Commissioner Young's wife, Tanika Stevens Young. And there's numerous LLCs listed for that foundation, but this one appears, it's a 501(c) formed a couple years ago, but I just question if this is a potential conflict of interest, and is this connected to the county schools?
Yeah, I can answer that for you. It doesn't have anything to do with me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, way we structured this was to help music education with the school system, and we understand the foundation works with the schools. So we left it up to the school system to make that determination.
She is an employee of the school system.
I also noted in like your earlier application, mention of what potential, proposed water reuse line coming from the wastewater treatment plant.
It's not part of this project.
It's not part of this project. What about all these fiber lines that are mentioned on here? The Annandale data center hub, like it's like a dark fiber line.
That may have been for the prior application that included a data center, but that's not part of this project.
Okay, all of those facilities are, that's all right there.
Yeah, I mean, extending fiber to a technology park is not unusual. In fact, it's likely necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, but we don't have a data center use, I promise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Payne? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Pennington, you're up. Public hearing.
The protocols from the first public hearing would carry over to this
Oh,
public
okay,
hearing
I'm
as well.
sorry. I'm sorry. All right, so I see a lot of sleepy faces out there, so I want to just remind everybody that you have 3 minutes. And I would appreciate if you could keep the 3 minutes to 3 minutes and just keep your applauding and whatnot to yourselves. I'm just trying to move this along at 10 after 10. All right, with that being said, public hearing is open. Is there anybody wishing to speak in reference to RZ 06-2024? Thank you, Mr. Collins, for being number one.
Good evening, Mr. Williams, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I respectfully ask that the Planning Commission recommend denial of this rezoning request, or at the very least, require a much smaller phased plan based on demonstrated market demand. This proposal appears to be speculative rather than driven by actual need. There are no committed anchor tenants for this industrial park. If this property is rezoned to M1, what prevents future heavy industrial uses, including power generation, large infrastructure utilities, and future uses such as data centers by special exception, from locating at this property? Once the zoning is approved, the community loses much of its ability to influence what ultimately gets built. This location is also a historically significant area in Caroline County. Not far across Oxford Road sits the National North Anna Battlefield. The soldiers who fought here did not stop at the county line. They fought in Caroline County as well as Hanover, and this landscape remains part of that history. Oxford Road is also deeply connected to Caroline County's African American heritage. In 1868, formerly enslaved residents founded Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church east near the old Fall Mill on North Anna River. Along with the nearby historic African American and enslaved burial grounds, these sites are lasting reminders of the community's resilience after the Civil War. This is not simply vacant land. This is land that is an important part and tells Caroline County's history and deserves to be protected. It is also difficult to understand why we would intentionally create conditions where a school could one day be surrounded by heavy industrial uses. Simply not compatible with our planning. Equally important is public trust. At community meetings approximately 2 years ago, residents were assured that data centers were not part of the vision for this project. Yet today, the proposed M1 zoning would still allow them by special exception. That could be proffered out completely. Whether or not they're planned today, the application opens the door for them tomorrow. Caroline County already has more than 3,000 acres designated for planned innovation, research, and technology. 768 acres was announced by our planning commission, planning department staff as 768 undeveloped industrial acres in the county. Why are we expanding industrial and technology zoning before utilizing the land already designated for that purpose? Finally, many residents believe this request is about more than an industrial park. It appears to be part of a broader strategy that could support the proposed quarry in neighboring Hanover County. If that's not the case, then the applicant should be able to justify this large-scale rezoning that if it's necessary today, instead of proposing a smaller phase development based on demonstrated demand. I ask you protect Caroline County's history and its rural character. Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step up and state your name and voting district, please.
Scott Johnson, Reedy Church District. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, county and staff members. As a board member of the Musical Creations Foundation, first and foremost, I want to say thank you all for considering this project. And we also want to let you all know that the activities that we do are in support of Caroline County schools through music, through STEM, and also through creating opportunities for the youth in this county. So one of the things we wanted to make sure that you all understand is with the $25,000 proffer, that is to make sure that we can continuously on an annual basis continue to support the youth of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step forward and state your name and voting district, please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Gary Trey Taylor of the Western Caroline District. Forgive me, it's a little bit past my curfew, almost my bedtime.
I'm with you.
But good evening to the chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Dr. Gary T. Taylor, constituent of the Western Caroline District. I serve as the deacon and young adult ministry leader of Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church under the leadership of Bishop Dwayne T. Fields Sr. and First Lady Cherie Fields. I am speaking this evening on behalf of my church and all of the Oxford church members. Could you please stand real quick? Oh, y'all out in full force. I ain't know it was all of y'all did. Thank you. And I'm speaking this evening on behalf of our church, as you can see, who are in support of this growth boundary amendment and rezoning project for Luckstone. In our church, we talk a lot about service, but service only matters when it shows up in real and practical ways. This project does just that. Luckstone did not come into our community with just a checklist. They came with questions. They asked what was needed and how could they be a part of the solution. That kind of intention builds trust, and their investment in our community has not been symbolic, but it has been tangible and responsive to real community needs. From an economic standpoint, this project represents significant opportunity for Caroline County to increase tax revenue resources that can be directed towards our school, law enforcement, and community development. That is not a small thing for a rural county that is growing at a rapid pace. Beyond the economics, Luckstone is committed to years of community partnership. They understand the concerns that come with this kind of development. With this said, they will be making highway and safety improvements along Zion Road, including safer access to our church and bringing high-speed internet infrastructure to residents, a luxury that has now turned into a necessity. That commitment speaks directly to the people who live and worship here. And I believe it's important for Caroline County to welcome responsible companies that invest locally, listening to community members, and follow through on their commitments. It's my sincere hope that you approve this project. As a lifelong Caroline resident, born, raised, and still currently reside here, I hope that you will approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step forward and state your name and your voting district, please.
Good evening, Chair Williams and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Dr. Joy Fortune. I'm a resident of Caroline County and I live in the Madison District. I am the outreach pastor at Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church. Before I share my comments, I simply want to say thank you for your willingness to serve, and I recognize that these decisions are rarely easy. Tonight, I want to invite everybody in the room to do something that has become increasingly difficult, and that is to pause. Pause, and just like the sentiments from the previous public commenters, pause and realize that our land is more than just acreage. Pause before we reduce our comments this evening to winners and losers. Pause before we allow headlines or assumptions to define what this place we call home means to us. Our land is memory. Our land is identity. Our land is legacy. For generations, Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church has stood on its land as more than a place of worship. It has been a place where families gathered in times of joy and sorrow, where children learned faith and character, where neighbors found hope, where this community has celebrated, grieved, served, and grown together. Our pastor, Bishop Fields, has consistently challenged us to think beyond ourselves. His vision has never been simply to build another building. It has been to create a place where ministry extends beyond Sunday morning, a place that serves families, young people, seniors, and the broader Caroline County community. And whether you ultimately support or oppose this rezoning application, I hope we can all recognize the value of investing in places that strengthen the fabric of our community. I also recognize that your responsibility tonight is much broader than our church. Your task is to evaluate this application in light of the comprehensive plan, the evidence before you, and the long-term interests of Caroline County. I respect that responsibility. My request is simply that as you deliberate, you consider not only the economic and technical aspects of this application, but also the enduring value of institutions that have faithfully served this county for generations. Because while buildings can be constructed, roads can be widened, infrastructure can be expanded, legacy takes generations to build. And we have an opportunity to preserve that legacy by creating space for future generations to gather, learn, serve, and lead. I believe that deserves your thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fortune. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step forward, state your name and your voting district, please.
I have copies for you. Hi, my name's Wanda Jacobus. I'm on Verdon Road. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for you guys to realize that Hanover and Caroline both joined together. Too often, citizens are treated like ants in the path of development, small, inconvenient, and expected to move aside while developers obtain our land use rights and make their projects profitable. These are our communities, our roads, our utility systems, and our tax dollars. Once citizens surrender the protections provided by rural zoning, the applicant can return again and again seeking expansions, special exceptions, and additional industrial uses. What begins as a vaguely described technology and enterprise center can later become something much larger and more intensive. That is why the rezoning means so much. Luckstone is asking Caroline County to rezone more than 1,100 acres, an area approaching 1,000 football fields, without telling the public precisely what will be built, how much water will be required, how much electricity will be consumed, and how many heavy trucks will travel these roads and who will pay for the infrastructure. It's not a development plan, it's a blank check. The project has not been told how the project's electrical will be shown, the transmission upgrades or the distribution facilities will be required. We have not been told who will pay for the upgrades. My own electric bill from Rappahannock Electric has increased, including the costs associated with obtaining and transmitting power. Residents should not be expected to absorb additional utility and transmission costs so a private industrial development can increase its profits. The applicant should be required to disclose its projected electrical load, the Dominion and REC improvements, the cost of those improvements, and how much will be passed on to citizens. The same uncertainty is with water. You don't know how much water is going to be needed or what will happen to nearby wells. Jerko Road, Hewlett Road, and the surrounding rural roads were not designed to serve years of mass grading, dump trucks, tractor trailers, construction traffic, and potentially quarry-related haul. Citizens deserve to know the number of trucks per day, the hours they operate, the routes they will be required to use, and who will pay when the roads and bridges are damaged. A promise to prepare a traffic plan later is a sales tactic. Truck routes, daily limits, road improvements, and enforcement must be written into binding proffers now. This is concerning because Luckstone's own earlier economic analysis included an approximately 200-acre hard rock quarry, yet the present proffers do not prohibit quarrying,
Mr.
asphalt,
Jacobus,
or production.
I've got to cut you off.
Okay, I'm sorry. The rest of the time here. Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Huh?
Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step forward. No fighting. Thank you. Julia.
Julia Yandura, Mattaponi District. I speak here tonight as a resident who has opposed and organized against developments in the past. I feel that development should be of the right type of development, and it should benefit both the county and the residents. And I'm here to speak for the first time actually in support of this rezoning application. I do think that it can provide the county good economic benefit and jobs. However, I am a parent of a student at the Carmel School. I speak upon my own behalf and not on behalf of the school, but I do have some concerns that I have sent to them that I would like to see addressed. I have 5 concerns. 1, noise. Industrial properties allow 70 decibels. That is the equivalent of having a vacuum running 100% of the time right next to you. I would like to request a large buffer area around the school where that is limited to 55 decibels, which is the equivalent of a refrigerator hum and is in line with rural preservation zoning. All generators, 2, the 40-foot vegetative buffer that is currently dictated to be around the school, I would like that to be dictated that that property not be timbered and that it remain the current mature vegetation and not to be replaced with young vegetation. 3, all generators on the property must be low emission. 4, the road. The road development, the one we've all been talking about that takes 3 years to develop, is a direct benefit to the Carmel School. It will provide the new property for the school its access to Jericho Road. So the fact that that section of the road could be 5 years out means that the Carmel School will need to wait 5 years to get that Jericho Road access. I request that either that section of the road, section 3, which is currently planned to be last, be a maximum of 1 year out, or that the Carmel School is provided the access to Jericho Road 1 year out. Either way, as long as they get the access, that is my request. 4, M1 zoning currently allows power plants by right. There is plenty of evidence out there showing that students that go to a school within close proximity of a power plant have higher rates of asthma, more absenteeism, lower test grades scores. And so I am requesting to the applicant that they proffer out power plants and that it's not permitted as a use. Yes, I practiced it. I made it within time. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please state your name and your voting district, please.
Excuse me, Dita Ferguson, Reedy Church. Good evening, community leaders, chairman, members of the Planning Commission, and everyone gathered here tonight. My name is Dita Ferguson, and I'm speaking from the office of the church clerk of Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church. I am here tonight in support of the rezoning request because we believe this project can create meaningful opportunities for Oxford Mount Zion and for the greater community we are here to serve. We see the need. We see young people who need a place to belong, grow, and discover their gifts within them. Not every child will make the basketball team, the baseball team, or participate in organized sports or activities in school. They need a place too. They need somewhere they can be seen, heard, encouraged, and connect with people who care about their future. This project can provide space for mentoring, tutoring, enrichment, fellowship, and positive activities that where young people can build confidence and make healthy choices. We have witnessed growth within our church and throughout Caroline County. More families are coming. More young people are looking for connection. The needs of our community are increasing. Growth is coming to Caroline, and we must prepare for it with provision instead of reaction. We also see our elders. They have raised families, built churches, served this community, and made sacrifices that help bring us to where we are today. They still have wisdom, experience, and purpose to share. They deserve a place where they can remain active, connected, and supported and valued. This project would bring generations together. Our young people could benefit from the guidance of those who came before them, while our elders remain engaged in the life of the church and community. The way our generation provides for them will influence how future generations provide for and sustain us. This is not just about Oxford. We are here to serve. We will hear the same sentiments from those who understand the importance of provision instead of reaction. This project gives us an opportunity to invest in our young people of Caroline, support our elders, strengthen families, and create a safe space where people can grow in faith, purpose, and community. For these reasons, we respectfully ask for your support in this rezoning request. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to the future of Caroline County.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. You nailed it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please state your name and your voting district, please.
Good evening to all the board members, congregation. My name is Sydney Rock. I'm a member of Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church, and I'm here representing the millennial and Gen Z population. There are limited activities in Caroline County. Some activities that Caroline County currently offers have a cutoff at a certain age. This leaves our millennial and Gen Zs with little to do. There is no after-school activities or summer programs other than sports, and not everyone is an athlete. This leads some of our teenagers not only to being able to seek jobs at an earlier age due to the lack of resources, but it also makes them grow up faster than what they should. As an educator myself, we want our children and teens to be productive citizens at all times. Limited resources are a concern for our millennial and Gen Z population because it can result in social disengagement, hanging with the wrong crowds, and not listening to their parents, which links them to gang and crime participation. Without resources, young people often turn to risky behaviors or leave home entirely. The church center will serve in several capacities as well, providing volunteer opportunities. It'll give educators a space to be able to teach at home rather than travel a distance, and it'll give others a chance to experience things that they may not have ever experienced growing up at home. We often allow the available funds within our county to go towards unnecessary endeavors that do not support the rising generations in our community. The church center will bridge the gap, the generational gap. We want Caroline to stop being average and become advanced. When we look around at our surrounding communities and counties, there are resources, activities, programs, and options for church centers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please step up, state your name and your voting district, please.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Chairman Williams. My name is Purcell E. Clark Jr. I'm with the South Madison Voting District. And I wish to thank you very much for what you guys are doing and for everyone who has come out tonight. We've heard the potential benefits of this project, and they're great, sound great. But there are concerns, as the young lady spoke who has a child at the Carmel School. Now, there's facts and there's truths. Facts can be changed. Luckstone, Mr. Payne talked to us about building relationships and engagements. Well, my property is 90 feet across the street from their property. So Mrs. Horton, when you asked about residents, there's several residents directly across the street. And to hear that the noise will be at a level that will impact us. My wife is currently rehabbing her family house, and we were planning to move there in the future. How can I now tell her to move where she's just going to see nothing but cement and concrete across the street and a bunch of noise. Now, the concerns that we have as a family are there will be significant increased truck and vehicle traffic up and down Jericho Road. It's going to paralyze us. Just think about the accidents on 95 during the week and on the weekend, and how that traffic is just going to back up on us. The noise is going to be unbearable. The rural character of the community is going to change forever. Now, that's the truth. It's not a fact. Environmental impacts, water, air pollution, wildlife. Just think about that. And the property values, at least for us, will diminish on the other side of the street. So we're going to be impacted. Now, I do not stand before you against or for this, because there's some truly good things about this. But for those of us who live across the street, at least they could have talked to us. They could have asked us, what do we value?
Mr. Clark, I don't want to cut you off.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Name and
Good
vote.
evening. My name is Blake Morris. I'm a member of Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church. I stand here as an 18-year-old male that is ready to begin my college journey. As someone who has grown up in Caroline County, while there were several sports recreational activities, I realized not everyone is an athlete, and several of my friends and I have the same experience I had growing up here. I say this because my faith plays a huge role in my everyday life, and I am grateful for Oxford Mount Zion Church. I recognize there is a huge disparity in the number of kids that participate in faith-based programs. When I think about mentors, I had my father and my family to guide me along the way. Several of our children in this county do not have a mentor or good role models at home. This can lead to children dropping out of school, getting into drugs, mental health struggles, and the list goes on. The church center would give them a purpose and a reason to keep going in life, to better themselves and get out of the stigma of what they are used to on a daily basis. I know I personally have mentored several young people over the years, but having a space for them to come and participate in recreational activities with their peers in a safe space and faith-based environment literally could be life-changing for them. The National Health Institution reports that 1 in 3 teenage boys struggle with mental health. 1 in 3, let that sink in. The church center would alleviate loneliness, give them a space to have a voice, and a hope that they can be the best version of themselves while not only being physically healthy, but mentally healthy as well. I personally have a friend who was affected by mental health struggles that ultimately took his life. I strongly believe if we had a place like the church center that will pour into our young men, that outcome could have been different. So we are asking that you strongly consider saying yes to this project because it will make such a huge impact for years and generations to come. Thank you.
Blake, can I get your last name again, please?
Morris.
Can you spell it?
Morris.
Okay. Morris. Okay. Sorry.
Good. Appreciate it.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, my fellow citizens.
Name and voting district?
My name is Mark Sandor. I'm in West Mattapi. I live over in Woodford. And I'd like to draw attention to the fact that here in Caroline County, we have a big issue about water. Right now, from what I heard tonight, it seems like the applicant's asking for a blank check. We don't know what the water usage in this project would be, how much electrical demand and where that would come from. because certainly REC doesn't have the power generation, and Dominion would have to go out and either build additional capacity or go to PJM and purchase power. So there are questions that I think should be resolved before committing the county and having really impact for not just the immediate residents, but also county-wide, because the water question is still out there. 5 million square feet. That's going to have a demand and impact on county resources. And, you know, by God, many of us, we bought property and have homes in this county. We don't want to see our wells run dry, and we certainly don't want to see rolling brownouts like some other counties have experienced from PJM. So I would ask that we not rush into a rash decision because a developer wants to make some money. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm not getting paid any retainers or billable hours, but I have really concerns about the direction that this county is taking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Name and voting district, please.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Hammond, and I'm with Friends of Hanover. And I live about 5 miles as the crow flies from this, across the North Anna River. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed Luckstone Carmel Church Technology Park. The industrialization of our farmlands is a major concern. The people who value these spaces, families who have lived here for generations, are being pushed out in the name of progress. What do we think is going to happen to all of the people that live around this? Industry is knocking on the door and saying that its bottom line is more important than our clean water, our clean air, our quiet nights, and our dark skies. While that is deeply unfair, what is most alarming about this proposal is its speculative nature. When you look at Luckstone's website and project maps, they are asking for a blanket M1 industrial zoning, covering dozens of options. Most alarming among them, data centers and energy generation. Now, they've sat here and said tonight that they're not asking for a data center, but it's still in their project website. And it hasn't been proffered out, but they've proffered out other additional B uses. So what does that say? We have watched data centers proliferate across the area, spreading from Northern Virginia, and we know the heavy burden they place on communities. Luckstone's request for a blanket rezoning opens the door wide to this industry and other heavy industrial uses. And Luckstone is invested in the data center business. John Riley, general manager of Luck Real Estate Ventures, actively sits on the board of directors for RVA 757 Connects, an organization explicitly working to pave the way for data center development in our region. On that board, he sits alongside data center executives from QTS and Track, the CEO of Dominion Energy, major developers, and corporate law firms. This proposal makes Luckstone's true interests crystal clear. This isn't an isolated request either. Just across North Anna River in Hanover County, Luckstone is simultaneously pushing for a rock quarry, a concrete plant, and an asphalt plant. Between these two projects, they are seeking to industrialize 2,400 acres of rural farmland across Caroline and Hanover counties. Why has Luckstone targeted our low-density rural residential farming communities for this heavy industrial footprint? I don't have the answer for that. What I do know is that citizens who live in these areas want to live a quiet life. We want clean air, clean water, dark skies, safe communities for our children, and to preserve our rural lifestyle. We do not want to live next door to data centers or substations, nor do we want our land threatened by eminent domain for high voltage transmission lines to power data centers. The project is not community first. This is Luckstone first. I ask that this commission vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Hammond. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Step right up and state your name and voting district, please.
My name is Mark Atkinson. I live in Western Caroline. I'm delighted to see money going to that church And I'm delighted to see money going to youth in Caroline County. I think that's very important. But I'm very troubled by a development being approved without the community having a firm understanding of what's going to be there in 10 years. I agree with the gentleman earlier who described it as a blank check that you're giving to this developer in exchange for doing a few good things for the community. And I feel like that keeps happening. We've seen it many times with these data centers being approved without really understanding what was going to be there in the future. It's just sort of a vague idea. So I hope you will maybe take Dr. Fortune's example or suggestion and pause for a little bit and consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please state your name and your voting district.
David Gale, Reedy Church District. My property is parcel section 8178A, adjoins the two most western bays. Both of those were my property. It adjoins proposed development on two sides of my property. Literally, the project will be in my backyard. Now, my property was originally purchased as rural preservation, and I emphasize preservation. When I purchased the required 10 or more acres, it came with an additional restraints of usage for a number of years, but was worth it for the perks of rural life. This situation calls into question what type of preservation it was supposed to be. The definition of preservation is, we all understand, is an active defense or process of keeping something intact or in its original state, thereby preventing it from being damaged or decayed or lost. Damage, decay, or loss. Now, how is this rural character of my property preserved with this development? It appears that the plan for the new site has a buffer. What width is this, and how is it determined? Will this buffer be preserved as a natural forest? Is there enough to preserve the air quality, water quality, sound, the quiet nature of a country life, and wildlife, another enjoyable perk? Is this accounted for in my property remaining in rural preservation? The original character obviously will be changed, not preserved as implied when I purchased my property. Perhaps the rural preservation term should be changed to development delayed until the big money shows up, to be more realistic. So I'm against the change from rural preservation to industrial development, or at least have some consideration, perhaps a removal of the two western land bays from development. I know that's a lot to ask, but those on the Oxford Road next to that would probably appreciate it quite a bit. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gale. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Come on up, Mr. Fields. You waited patiently.
Dwayne Fields, Reedy Church District. Good evening, Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, and fellow citizens. I have the privilege of serving as the senior pastor of Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church here in Caroline County. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm here on behalf of my congregation who has stood previous to express our support for the rezoning and proposed project by Luck Companies. As a pastor, I have the privilege of walking with people through every season of life. I celebrate births, graduations, officiate weddings, comfort families in grief, and minister to people carrying burdens that many never see. Those experiences have taught me that every community has needs, but strong communities are built when people choose to meet those needs together. The prophet Jeremiah told God's people, seek the peace and prosperity of the city, because if the city prospers, you too will prosper. That scripture has shaped our ministry. We've never believed the church exists only for Sunday morning. We believe God has called us to help build a stronger Caroline County. Several years ago, God gave me a vision not to simply build another church building, but to build a church center that would become a resource for our community, a place where children could find safe after-school opportunities, a place where families could receive support, a place where the church could serve people 7 days a week, not just one. But you do know God-sized vision requires God-sent partnerships. What impressed us about Luck Companies wasn't simply their project, it was their posture. Before they ever shared their vision, they asked us about ours. In fact, they asked us, what is your vision? They told us they were interested in partnership, not just permission. They came willing to listen before they ever asked to be heard. Since then, we've watched their actions match their words. They have invested in people, strengthened community organizations, and demonstrated that they understand something we deeply believe. That is, that thriving communities are built through collaboration. As a pastor, I've learned that trust is never established by promises alone. Trust is earned through consistent action. From my experience, Luck Companies has earned that trust. And tonight, my support is about more than a project. It's about the future of our community. It's about the possibility of seeing a God-given vision become a reality for the children, family, and neighbors we serve every single day. I do recognize the responsibility each of you carries, and I thank God for your service. On behalf of Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church, I respectfully ask that you give this project and rezoning application your favorable consideration. Thank you, and may God continue to bless Caroline County.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Is there Mr. Okay, come on up, Gary.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Gary Wilson, Director of Economic Development for Caroline County and Western Mattapan. I just wanted to make a brief correction or explanation about the number of acres that we have in M1 property. We provided the commission, a memo rather late with a list of all the properties that are M1 in the county. That was created by our GIS technician. We reviewed it, and to be aware of, it's not just a raw number, it's actually what is buildable and what is marketable. That is the concern of the department. If you take out properties like Good Earth, which is just back on the market, so I guess we should count that. It's 144 acres in Ladysmith, but it's about to go back off market because it's probably going to be under contract soon. And other properties like Airlie, which is 180 acres, which has already got some kind of development process ongoing, and other properties that are M1 that are owned by corporations that have their own plans for those properties. And then you have remnant properties that are less than 10 acres, and there's scores of those throughout the county. And I don't know how that happened, but that's apparently someone did that years ago. And then you take 80 acres that it's in Sparta, which is next to John Rock Sawmill, which has no chance of being marketed for anything other than perhaps an expansion of a sawmill. We're left with approximately 200 acres, counting Good Earth, that I have to market right now. So it's easy, and I think it's understandable to look at that number and say, we have a lot of acres in an M1. It appears we do, but what is actually marketable, what is not RPA, which is not so far away from utilities, and also RPA, which is a case for a lot of our properties. One is even owned by VDOT, which is about 50 acres owned by VDOT. I don't know what that's supposed to do for anyone in the future, but in the reality, what I have to work with is very small at the moment. And that's why we're concerned to see this move forward, so we'll actually have more property in market. That's our major concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Please state your name and your voting district.
My name is Reverend Johnson, Isaac Johnson. I'm a member of the Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church. Good evening to the staff and to all of you that have come to be part of it. And two, 2 points that hang in my mind on this project. One thing is when the pastor said God told him to do it, that right there is enough to settle it. Another thing is put love in whatever you do. You know, what love. I've worked with kids and so forth, keep them in my house, and they really need help. I mean, a lot of times kids and families, they really, really need help. And it's, and I wouldn't run away from it. If you have to put the driveway at another point or some other spot, then do it. But don't run away, because it means that you can have destruction headed your way if you deny what God said. I mean, we know that through scripture. We saw it with Moses lead the children of Israel and so on and so forth out of Israel. So that in alone, okay. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Thank you. Public hearing is closed. We are going to take a short recess for about 5 minutes. So it is, I can't see the clock anymore. We'll come back at 10:57. come back and move forward, please, I would appreciate it. We're Did you want to make any comments of Charlie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, other members of the Planning Commission. It's been a long night, so I will not use my full 10 minutes, I promise.
Why not?
I will note how impressive the community is, and the comments that were made both for and against the project, or the comments that were neutral. I mean, we talked a lot about the community earlier today, and Caroline County is engaged, and I think that's very impressive. And as a council who represents the applicant, who also is a community member, corporate member, not only for the long term, but even for the longer term, I find it very impressive, and I just wanted to state that for the community. A couple of things from what we heard, and we're willing to make some adjustments on, is one, remember the school is an owner that's part of the application along with the church. And we're already working with the school, obviously on access and buffering and setbacks and those kind of things. And we're going to continue to do so. And if it's necessary to revise our proffers to reinforce that, we will. But also remember on noise, the way the noise ordinance works. I heard a couple of people talking about noise today. If I'm in M1 and I'm projecting a noise into an RP zone property that adjoins me or is on the other side of the street or whatever it may be, I have to follow the most restrictive noise standard. Not my noise standard, but the one I'm projecting into. So let's say if RP is 55 dBA and I'm 70, I've got to follow 55. That's what your ordinance says. So I just want to make sure the community understands that. Also, the land bays that are west of the creek, we're going to preserve them and not develop them. So we heard members of the community talk about concerns about abutting up against those land bays west of the creek. I remember when we did the comp plan amendment that that discussion occurred. So our apologies for missing that, but there's no access to them anyways without having to cross that creek, which would be a major crossing. So what we're going to do is prohibit. I guess we can get back up, Craig. I don't know if I'm sorry, Brad, if you go back to the exhibit of our GDP. So all those land bays west of the creek, I can't see them from here. It's like it's an F. I would fail my eye test for sure. FG, whatever it may be, everything west of the creek. I don't know if you can point them out, Craig, or maybe battery's dead on this thing.
It looks like about 4 of them.
I, H, G, and F would be preserved. We wouldn't develop those land bays west of the creek. And I say that, just everything west of the creek, right in that area, we'd preserve. On water use, we're building a max out of 5.83 million square feet. Every time we come in for a site plan, we're going to be working with public utilities. This will not use well water. We're not going to use well water for this project. It's going to be public water. We'll be working with utilities on capacity and usage. So that will be controlled by the county at the site plan stage. Just a quick reminder, I heard the term quarry in addition to data centers. Quarry requires a special exception as well. So we would have to come back to the Planning Commission and to the board in order to have a rock quarry project. Also remember, we've proffered a phase 1B. We've already got that preliminary analysis going sooner rather than later. It requires us to submit it prior to the first site plan, or actually prior to any land disturbance permit being issued. And we're well along our way on that. And we're confident that we're not going to be disturbing any areas that would be qualify for the National Register. And then the comprehensive plan encourages this use. I mean, I know some folks are a little disappointed about the use, or maybe didn't know this had occurred, but the comprehensive plan was changed, I think, early 2025 to encourage this exact use. We made it clear that then that was what we were going to do, and that's why we're here. So with that, I'm happy to answer some questions. I just took up 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman, because again, I know it's been a very long night. And thank you for your patience and your time.
Yeah. Can I ask him a couple of quick questions?
Yes, please indeed.
Yes. Okay, so you did clear up some questions.
Okay.
And so I know you're working with the school on, you said something earlier about expanding their land or giving
ma'am.
them some. Okay, and what is it that you're working with the church with? Does that involve land too? And all of this is if the project's improved.
That's correct. If it's approved, right.
Approved.
I'll let John Riley address those.
Okay.
So yes, ma'am. The work we're doing with the school just is, we're doing a land swap with them. They own what is a portion of Land Bay G. You can see the kind of the odd shaped parcel that extends from Land Bay G up back to the bottom of the school property. So we're working with them to swap that property for Land Bay K, which is the property that's directly adjacent to them. That's actually developable for them. The land, the Land Bay G land just really doesn't serve them for future development. So that's, that when we started talking to them in 2021, that's the agreement we made with them.
I kind of got that one. And what's the agreement with the church?
Yep. So we're acquiring land from the church,
Okay.
which is why they are part of the application. And then we are working with them to help them facilitate the construction of a community center.
Okay, but that's only if everything's approved, correct?
Yeah, obviously, if it's
Okay.
not, we're gonna continue to be neighbors, and we're gonna continue to do what we can to help them
Right.
work through that.
Okay, so, all right, while I have you up here, so you said something about the land on the other side of Long Creek here, which would be kind of southwest. You said something about preserving it. Did you mean to say you're not going to build on it? Or did
Yeah,
you
that
mean,
would be the
okay.
if that
Because you're not saying you're putting in preservation, you're saying you're not going to build on it,
right.
correct?
Yeah, I think I don't know about putting it in, and we can consider it. Yeah, I mean we could leave it RP, and that would
Okay.
be the that's probably the best thing to do is just leave it as exclude it from the rezoning and leave it as RP.
Okay. And all right, I think that's all the questions I have. Then I'll probably have a couple questions, Mr. Pennington, when he comes back up.
Anybody else have questions for Mr. Payne?
May I? I feel like, well, Mrs. Horton covered it a little bit, but I feel like it's the $1,000,000 question in the room, and I'm not meaning it disrespectfully, but what is the proposed agreement between the applicant and the church? I know there's like a land exchange, and is there a community center offered, but is this in the proffers or is this in a separate agreement? And will that community center be built if you don't get the rezoning? Will you make good on your promise?
So our arrangement, as I mentioned, is we are acquiring land from the church. And then we are going to help. If we acquire that land, we're going to help facilitate the construction of that community center. So I guess if the question that you're asking is that contingent on the rezoning? The way the contract is structured, yes, it's contingent on the rezoning. And maybe to clarify, we're not, Luckstone is not going to build the community center. That's the work that Oxford Mount Zion would do. We're helping facilitate it, but we're not, that they would do the construction.
I assume it's a private financial agreement then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Just like our arrangement with the Carmel School, we also have a land arrangement with Carmel Baptist to help facilitate the future construction of an expansion of their food pantry that they're working on. Been working with Jericho Baptist on trying to help them facilitate some needs that they have related to their ministry. So I think our goal with this obviously is to facilitate a project that benefits the community at large. That's what we're trying to do.
Are there any other benefits for any of the other churches in the Reedy Church districts, maybe say in the Dawn community?
I mean, the groups that we are working with are our immediate neighbors, and they touch the borders of the project. So that's who we've been focused on.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions?
I don't have a question, but I have just a comment. That I think a lot of good suggestions were brought out tonight. I know you talked about the decibel level. There was some discussion about untimbered property to keep that buffer there around the schools. So, and the generators, I think, was brought up, using a low emission tier 4 generators at whatever buildings that you want to be put there. So, and I know we talked about the Spine Road. I think that's and to my opinion, that's a big deal to me, the Spine Road, but I hope you guys would take those things into consideration that was brought forth tonight from the community. And I would like to thank the community too. It was very impressive tonight for those folks who came out to support or not support either way, but it was a good representation from the community.
Anybody else?
Can I call up Mr. Pennington for just a couple of questions?
Mr. Pennington, please and thank you.
Yeah, and this is in regard to a couple of things that were brought up during the public hearing. So a power plant, the possibility of power plant here?
Power plant would not be a permitted use here. Power generation could be a substation or private energy generation, which could be something other than a substation. But power generation would require a special exception and would have to come back in front of you and the Board of Supervisors to receive approval. So no type of power generation could be put onto the site without coming back with a separate application.
Okay, and something was brought up about that I didn't quite understand about, I think it was Mr. Collins, more than 3,000 acres are already available for industrial. I know we were told 762. Okay, so we're talking about the PERT.
I was looking for a separate map for M1. The PERT designation that's at Carmel Church is not zoned. It is an overlay for PERT zoning. So if someone wanted to go to that district, then they could rezone the property to planned innovation, research, and technology and do those types of uses there. Planned innovation, research, and technology, it does not allow the same uses that M1 industrial does. And so if they were to go into the PERT area, they would not be requesting a PERT rezoning, they would be requesting an industrial rezoning, which then doesn't comport with the PERT overlay.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, before you leave, it's been a major concern tonight, as always, with the capacity of the water. Can you at least let the public know what the Utilities Department has said about this particular project in water?
So the Utilities Department stated that they could serve the project, that water is in close proximity to the project, but they stated that without knowing of the demand, they couldn't fully comment on the project. And so until the demand is known, then Utilities has no further comment other than they can serve the project.
Thank you.
No. I'm ready for it.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion?
I have a couple comments I'd like to make.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. Just like to make a couple comments. You've heard me say in the past that, our M1 districts are less than 1% of the county. If we don't build out something in M1, I know everybody always wants to complain about keeping the county rural. I want to keep the county rural too. This project is almost directly across the street from my home. So you can best believe I don't want to see lights and hear generators and other things of that nature as well. However, certain districts, this particular district, Reedy Church, is the economic generator for Caroline County. We need to certainly consider building out what is already there and what some of the properties that are available, they need to be built out. It's going to take the weight off of the citizens. It's going to take the weight off the backs of the citizens. We keep talking about housing projects and things of that nature, working with the schools and other projects here in the county. If we don't bring commercial and industrial projects to the county, we're going to be hurting. Whether Hanover County or Spotsylvania do what they do, we have nothing to do with them. However, our utility bills are going to continue to rise as long as they are continuing to build. If we don't bring something in to this county to offset that, it's going to be on the backs of our taxpayers. Someone mentioned earlier about African American neighborhood. Well, and they also mentioned the Confederate. Well, I live there. I live on the Confederate land. I've been there 60 plus years. I'm not interested in what the history was about. I'm interested in what the future is about, the future of our kids, our generations, and everything else. Tonight should prove that the African American neighborhood is strongly for moving this county forward. They live in this community and they want what they want. So again, I'm saying we need to certainly consider looking at developing as much as we possibly can that's going to benefit the entire county and just not a community. And with that being said, there are some things with this particular project that we need to look into a little further, especially, being presented with some changes tonight. We need to look at that a little differently. With that, I just wanted everybody to see, to know where my thoughts are and where my passion is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Anybody else have anything to say?
Mr. McKenzie, I just have a quick question for you. And I don't know if it's an irregularity or not, but Mr. Payne stated that, there was a different proffer statement, but that's not what was publicly advertised. So can I get your opinion on that?
Sure. Yeah. So you have, to kind of put it in kind of easier terms, you have the fourth version of the proffers. The proffers have been through a lot of iterations since the original version was filed quite some time ago. So you are looking at the fourth version of the proffers. There is a fifth version. That's what Mr. Payne walked through with you from the dais here. Not major changes, but some tweaks, some language changes, some clarifications, again, responding to staff concerns. And that is a normal part of this process. The proffers change in response to staff involvement, the concerns and ideas that you express, and then ultimately what the board's input might be. But I think it's a legitimate point to raise because you have not seen that fifth version, again, because of a timing issue. They I think they were intended to get in by staff deadline. They didn't make it by the deadline. So the staff report had already been written by the time the updated proffers came in, so that the staff report couldn't be rewritten to address them. So you didn't get them. And so if you were to vote tonight on the application, you would have to vote on the fourth version and not the fifth version because you haven't received that yet. You've just received a briefing on it from Mr. Payne. So I think your options would be, vote tonight on the fourth version, which is admittedly a little bit outdated at this point, or defer to the next meeting when you can get the fifth version before you and any additional changes that need to be made in response to the comments made tonight. That of course, they're the applicant's proffers, so any changes have to come from the applicant. But you heard Mr. Payne in his rebuttal note a couple of things that they're looking at in response. So those changes could also be made. But it's ultimately your decision about whether you want to vote tonight or defer to another meeting.
Anybody else? Got anybody, anything for anybody? Okay, would somebody like to make a motion for RZ 06-2024?
Mr. Chairman, if I'm in order, I'd like to make a motion that whereas the general welfare and good zoning practice warrants, I move to defer RZ 06-2024 to the next regular meeting for further discussion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
I have a question. For Mr. McKenzie. So changes that are brought back to us for next meeting that weren't discussed in tonight's meeting, would that warrant another public hearing?
It depends on the type of change. A material change, particularly a change that increases the intensity or density of the application, would require another public hearing. In my review of the 5th version that we have, I don't think any of those changes would require another public hearing. If additional changes are received from the applicant, we will look at those and we will advise the Planning Commission if we think any of those cross the threshold into requiring a public hearing. But as it stands right now, no, I don't think another one would be required.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for RZ 06-2024. It'll be deferred until 8/27/26. Any and all matters? Nothing? Wow. Okay, with that being said,
Mr. Williams, I do have some things for the Planning Commission. I was taking that Planning Commission class today, and things that were brought up that we maybe staff needs to start looking at is the new legislation for accessory dwelling units. I think that's like a mandated thing coming out of the General Assembly. So we need to address that, as well as,
I think it's already been addressed, has it not?
No, so that ordinance doesn't take effect until July 1, 2027. And so we do plan on evaluating that through the fall and winter and have an ordinance in place by the time that starts in July of 2027. So staff is aware of that and is working with the county attorney to develop an ordinance for accessory dwelling units. Staff is working on addressing that with the county attorney. We are aware of that, and we will have an ordinance in front of you, I'd say, probably in the winter time to get ready for that when it takes effect in July of 2027.
thanks, Greg. And also something else that came up and that Mr. Rollins has brought up about the vape shops and things like that. Now the marijuana legislation, are we going to have to be, will that be an ordinance that we'll be working on also?
Yes. So
restricting them from like being near schools and.
Correct. Yeah. So Mr. Rollins had brought that up, and we're looking into that and working through that also. So that again would take another ordinance amendment, which once we got through the previous ordinance amendment, we're going to start working on those as well.
Anything else? Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn until August 27, 2026?
So moved, Chair.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. See y'all on August 27th, 2026. This